Hey, what's up, everyone? What's going on? You know what day it is tomorrow or today, depending on where you live? April 30th. Rakmarok. What are you saying to me here? Why am I being highlighted here? Oh, never mind. What's up, everyone? Hold on. I do need to finish my Snatcher playthrough. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm not sure when I'll do that. Probably won't be tomorrow. Maybe the day after tomorrow. But yeah, I thought I'd do MGS today, considering it's the day. It is MGS2 day, after all. Let me get this off the screen. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed DRK's marathon. I didn't really catch much of it. I'm sure he was wrecked by the end. Barely able to speak. That's usually how it goes. But yeah, let's play some MGS2. What was that song? That was the document of MGS2 the main theme for the document of MGS2. Holy shit, Jamaicans with the crazy generosity right from the get-go. Good lord. Hold up. As Nate Dogg would say. Get my Streamlabs open here. I was just rushing to get set up in time there. Quite ready. Yeah, Jamaicans, thank you so much. The big $50 donation. Much appreciated. Cheers. Let me just minimize this window. Oh, what's going on? Hey, what's up, Dark Angel? What's up, everyone? So yeah, we'll do an in-depth playthrough, which is it's gonna be a very long playthrough, I would imagine. Well, I might speed things up if I start getting really tired. We'll see. But I haven't been awake for too long. My sleep schedule is a bit all over the place at the moment. Even though it's late, I haven't been up for too long. But yeah, we'll take it slow. We'll go over all of the little details and the optional codec calls and the Easter eggs and stuff like that. And there is a ridiculous amount of little details and Easter eggs in this game. So that's going to take some time. So even before we get into the game, the opening credits are quite interesting for this game. Just how it foreshadows the themes and stuff like that. The flow of information, the literal flow of information that you see at the beginning, with the water moving slowly. And you have the information inscribed on stone tablets, and then it gets faster as we start writing on paper. And then in the modern world, of course, everything is digitized. We live on the internet now, and the water just starts gushing. Which actually relates to something that the president says much later in the game. The world is drowning in the current flood of information. Flood of information. I guess that's a good way of describing this opening set of credits. See, look, you have the gentle flow of water, and then it gets faster and faster. You also see images of Snake being separated from his DNA strand, symbolizing what happens at the end of MGS1. Here comes the digital information. Now we're drowning. Who is that guy at the end? The white hair. Alright. I might need to turn down the game volume a little bit. Although it seems to be okay. Let me know how it's balanced. The HD collection is extremely loud. Compared to pretty much everything else that I stream, I always need to turn it down. There's some other things you see in that intro as well, like the Declaration of Independence and things like that, obviously relating to Solidus and George Washington and the GWAI and themes of freedom and control and censorship and all that. But yeah, really cool opening credits. Tells you what the whole game is about, if you're paying attention. Now, before we get into the game, we'll go to Quick Change Previous, so we can use some fancy strats. Instead of just unequipping your weapon or item with R2 or L2, this will instead switch to the weapon you had previously equipped. So you can switch back and forth between multiple weapons and items quickly. Which is actually just kind of cumbersome if you're not used to it. It takes a bit of getting used to. Alright, so we'll do new game. Anchor Plant. European Extreme. Actually, you know what? I think I'll do Extreme for a change. Just so we can get the calls related to the rations. And some Easter eggs related to rations as well. Because we never usually do those. So fuck it. Let's play on Extreme for a change, just so we can get the ration Easter eggs. You know, there's a call about roses cooking, which you can't get if you play on European Extreme. And there's an Easter egg on the tanker as well to do with rations that you can't get if you play on European Extreme. 4 and a Kate, thank you for the 52 months in a row. Cheers. But yeah, let's do Extreme for a change. Maybe play with radar as well, just for the hell of it. Yeah, fuck it. And not game over if discovered. Again, if you play with game over on site, you miss out on 2 of the best Easter eggs in the game. We'll go for super casual mode.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses had been out in the cold too long.
He's right on schedule. He'll know soon enough.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
Stealth camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right. I didn't plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
The private sector's not so bad, is it? Privacy guaranteed?
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
Diverting toys from the SSCEN again? Give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later. She's better off assuming it's sooner and quit while she's safe.
Too true. Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
The mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence. But I want you first to go up to the top level of the infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
There's too much we don't know about this new prototype. Capabilities, deployment method. We don't even know how close it is to completion. If we know where the testing arena is, I can start to draw some reasonable conclusions.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Try to avoid confrontations. Our goal is to collect evidence on Metal Gear development and expose it to the world. It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
All right, let's look at your gear. Your weapon is a tranquilizer gun converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body is hit. We're talking about a difference of tens of seconds between hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment... Hey, Snake, cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have you? Here's the digital camera. Works almost the same way as your old one.
They don't look armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists. Don't get caught. You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please, I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so. Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor, putting uniformed Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water from riverside, too.
The water line is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
The military trains you to watch for threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops, too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime these days. I'd say the cargo holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters. A chopper. What? Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon, how many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
AKS 74U. Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair. I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now. K-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Kamov chopper, right? Killer whale.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Judging by their transport, aren't they some kind of military commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the KA-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
This isn't like Shadow Moses. Reach me if anything happens. The frequency's 141.12.
How can I check in and save my progress?
I'll do it. There's a frequency set aside for it. 140.96. Sorry, but no Mei Ling this time. Call me on the codec when you want to save.
Got it.
I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You need to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
All right, DRK. I think it's set to. Hold on. Snake, thank you for the 55 months. JR12, thank you for the 16. Gaming, thank you for the 14. And Hussein, thank you for the 2. I think full range encoding is turned on. But yeah, it does look extremely dark. It's better. You're right. It was turned off. Cheers. All right, hold on one sec, guys. Now I just wonder how long it's been like that for all my streams. I remember that happening before, but I guess it switched back with an update or something. Because I remember switching it to full before. All right, cool. So we're ready to go. Pinkish Life, hello, welcome back, everyone. Settle down. It's going to be a slow playthrough. Man, these weather effects, these rain effects still look so good. Very uncommon for the time as well. This game was a technical marvel when it first came out. With the water that splashes over the edge up there, the water on the camera. The water touching Snake's body, which is actually a part of the model, I think. And if you go underneath shelter as well, the sort of the rain that's closest to the screen disappears as well, and you just get like a fog. It's a really nice touch. Discovery. A weird little reference to the submarine in MGS1, which is also called the Discovery. I always wondered if there was something more to that. Like, is it just a reference, or are they trying to say something with that? Because it always reminds me of, like, Snake's only line where he mentions the Discovery is when he says, thanks to the VR training I did on board the Discovery. And obviously VR is a big theme in this game, so I kind of wondered if they were trying to tie something into that, meaning that this was Raiden's VR or something, because that is a theory. That the tanker we're experiencing is actually just Raiden's VR. Raiden's experience of the tanker. I don't think that is the case, and I'll explain why I don't think that's the case later on. But the game definitely makes you question if that is the case. Because there's some dialogue which heavily indicates that it is the case, actually. But I still don't think it is. This guy can see us very easily. Not just through his cone. KSNM. I'm not sure what the KSNM letters mean, no. No, not really a Heart Hunt. I'll explain later why I don't think it's VR, but it has nothing to do with Ocelot. If anything, the Ocelot thing would make me lean more to the idea that it is VR because of how absurd it is. And how unreal it is, you know? But yeah, look, when we go underneath here, you just get that fog and the rain disappears and you see this gust. Really nice touch. Some Pentazemin over here, which is completely useless as an item on the tanker. For gameplay purposes, it has no use at all, I don't think. I'm trying to think if there's even some forced use for it. I don't think so. But it does relate to some Easter eggs. We'll call Otacon later. Wait for this guy to come back. Man, they made so many improvements over MGS1 gameplay-wise, just with simple things like the movement, actually being able to walk. Having control over whether you walk or run. Actually a big deal. Remember trying to sneak up behind guards in MGS1 and break their neck? And getting an alert half the time? They really made that easier in this game.
Freeze.
Or just, you know, more intuitive, more comfortable. Hey, what's up, Barbie? Is it because of the you're not him theory? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think this is Raiden's VR because of a few tutorial calls that you get on the plant. which implies that all of your new controls are things that you couldn't do in VR. You know, the kernel repeatedly says, unlike in VR training, you can now shoot in first person. Unlike in VR training, you can do this and do that and do this and do that. So if that completely contradicts the idea that what I'm playing right now is Raiden's VR. But we do learn that Raiden did experience the tanker in VR, which does make you wonder. And some dialogue at the beginning of the plant changes depending on whether you've played the tanker first or not. If you've played the tanker, the Colonel will say to Raiden, "Alright, Raiden, you've already..." What's the exact dialogue? "You've already experienced infiltration in VR training." Something along those lines. I forget what the exact line is. He says, "Alright, Raiden, you've already covered infiltration in VR training." And Raiden says, "I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary. AKA, I feel like Solid Snake. I've completed 300 missions in VR," or whatever he says. But if you didn't play the tanker first and just went straight to the plant, the Colonel will say, "Alright, Raiden, this is your first infiltration mission." So that really makes you wonder, huh? Was the tanker that we just played Raiden's VR? But I don't think it was. I think it's there to make you just question that fact. Either way, he did experience the tanker. How different it was to this tanker, who knows? And maybe this is Raiden's VR. But I don't think so. Okay, what do I want to do? Obviously you saw that you can just dump the bodies over the edge. Cool little detail. Man, I love how the rain looks. Look at the rain on those little windows there as well, like the pixels. Those are the rain effects with the least amount of detail. It's still cool that they're there. Yeah, Chaos. Well, like there are some plot holes with regards to Raiden's VR experience, like where he doesn't comment on things that he really should know about. But that's just because a lot of the players wouldn't have experienced it. Although I still wish he would comment on it. Like Raiden really should know who Ames is, for example, because Ames is mentioned in the Darkness of Shadow Moses, which Raiden has read apparently. But on the plant chapter, he has no knowledge of who Ames is. I get you could conveniently explain away some of these things, just, oh, well, Raiden is brainwashed and who knows what they did to him before the events of the mission. He could have this memory of having read the book, but, you know, has no real knowledge of what's actually in it. Because of the, you know, the themes of this game, you could explain it away with things like that, but I think it's really just a plot hole. Not a particularly meaningful or big plot hole, but yeah. So I think all the codec calls are canon? Oh well, yeah, I would say so. I mean, like, because there's a lot of important stuff in the optional codec calls. But when it comes to like jokey Easter egg calls and things like that, like Big Boss believing in Santa Claus and all of that stuff. I don't know. Like, I don't really think of them as being canon necessarily. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how I think of them. I guess they're just cool little things that I don't really take seriously, you know? But there are obviously a lot of calls which do impact the main story, especially in this game.
Freeze.
I feel like there are a lot of very relevant story-related optional calls in this game. There are in the other games as well, but I think more so in this. You know, most of the Easter egg and optional calls in 3 are played for laughs. You know, there's a lot of comedy and humor in MGS3. Do you think Naked Snake could fight Vamp without being scared shitless? I would love to see that fight. I'm sure that's how they came up with that in MGS3 in the first place. I thought it was supposed to be like a cheeky reference to Vamp in MGS2. You know, Big Boss denying that vampires exist. Of course, we have some kind of weird vampire in this game. Now, we do have an optional call here, I think.
I see a lifeboat. That's a fully enclosed, fire-resistant model, equipped with its own oxygen pump. Those have a water-based cooling system and self-contained air supply on board. This means that even if the boat is sealed, there would still be air available for the crew and engine operation. It automatically rights itself if it's overturned, and can withstand contact with fire for a significant period of time. But you won't be able to use that lifeboat. It's too noticeable, for one thing, and it just doesn't have the kind of speed we need.
Well, there you go. I didn't know that was a call for the longest time. You know, it's based on where you are and what you're looking at. There are a lot of contextual calls like that in this game, where you need to be looking at something up close or pressed up against something. There are a lot of really well-hidden calls. Pix Now, thank you for the 53 months. Kind of reminds me of how the Colonel talks about the submarine at the beginning of the plant chapter. Except on the plant, the Colonel is feeding you a load of lies. And Otacon is telling the truth. I'm not sure what I want to do. We could just go straight inside. I'm not sure, Last Angel. I think most people have discovered them all by now, or most of them. Just by playing the game so many times and trying to make codec calls in crazy situations. I found out about a new one a couple of years ago. That was the last time I discovered something new. I think it must have been around 2 years ago. The sexism call with Rose after the Fat Man fight. If you call the Colonel 3 times during the end of the Fat Man fight, where you have to freeze the last bomb underneath his body, where Rose gives you advice and she tells you to check under his body, and then if you call to save right after that, you'll get another Easter egg which follows up that previous call. That's a really well hidden Easter egg, one of the most well hidden in the game. Because you have to wait until the timer is at 10 seconds before you make the last call to the Colonel. And that's when Rose tells you to check underneath Fat Man's body. You have to wait until the timer is at 10 seconds. And you had to have called 2 times before then. And then you have to save directly after that. To get another Easter egg, which follows up from the previous Easter egg. There are quite a few calls like that in this game as well, like Easter eggs within Easter eggs, where you have to do one optional call first to unlock another optional call later on. This game is just absolutely insane when it comes to the Easter eggs and extra codec calls. MGS3 is as well. But I think 2 probably has more well-hidden calls. But yeah, both 2 and 3 are pretty crazy in that regard when it comes to the secrets and Easter eggs. MGS4 barely has any in comparison, and MGS1 still has quite a few. Like, MGS1 has a lot of extra codec calls and Easter eggs, but still nothing compared to 2 and 3. Where's this guy coming? Is he coming up here? Oh, he does come up here. Does he come up here? He does. I don't even know what my plan is here. I'm just wandering around. No way. He doesn't come down here, does he? Now he has a stretch. Oh, he looks out with his binoculars. Okay. If I combo him here, I don't think he'll fall over the rail. Let's wait. Shit.
Freeze. Mo!
Mo! Oh yeah, we have dog tags because we're on extreme. Nice. Got some medicine for our cold. I wonder if you start the game with a cold on extreme. You do on European extreme. Really? I just want to kick him over the edge. Nice. You get a unique camera angle there as well. I love those screams. Alright. But yeah, they added a lot of new mechanics in this game from MGS1. Obviously, the movement is a lot better. You can walk and run, like I was saying before. The addition to first-person shooting made a huge difference. The way the enemies behave and move. Being able to take out their limbs and hold them up and freeze them and drag them into lockers and shake them down for extra supplies. All of that shit was new. A new evasion system. The way the enemies would behave in caution mode and evasion mode, the way they would clear out rooms. All of that stuff was really impressive for the time.
Freeze.
Love how you can still see the water dripping off Snake there. Hey, JD, with the 4 months, thank you. And my pleasure, cheers. Are there any Easter eggs hidden in the scenery of New York at the edges of the river? No, I don't think so. The weather itself is supposed to foreshadow Raiden. Though, I think. Thunder and lightning, the literal translation of Raiden. John Anakin Solo, thank you for the 27 months. You know, there's a storm looming. There's thunder and lightning in the distance on the horizon, lurking in the shadows. The weather itself is foreshadowing. I don't have the document in my possession right now, bad humans, but I would love to. I should try and get that emulated. The document is really interesting. You can look at all the sweet concept art as well up close. Invader, thank you for the 40 months. Cheers. Boom, 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 boom. Of course, some infamous Easter eggs here. We get that heartbeat sound effect because of the guard next to us in the other locker. And I think that's supposed to be our heartbeat. I think it's supposed to represent Snake's like fear or something, like there are guards outside the locker. But it doesn't really make sense right now because he's actually asleep in the locker beside us. But I think this is here with the intention of Snake being afraid if there are guards outside and about to actually look in the locker. I don't know. Or it's because of the poster. No, but if we removed the guard, we wouldn't have this. We wouldn't have this heartbeat.
This reminds me of when we first met.
I was the one inside the locker that time. We're equal now, huh?
Not unless I wet my pants.
That's a low blow, Snake.
Okay, so everyone has seen that Easter egg. You may not have seen this one, though, although you probably have seen this one.
What do you think you're doing, Snake? You don't have enough to keep you busy? Try to remember the mission if you can.
And if we touch her tits, we get those bouncy effects. Wobble, wobble, wobble. And if we tap on her cooch... Hey, you're not allowed to do that. Authorized personnel only. Alright. Let's let this guy out of the locker. We'll hide. Yeah, see, now it's slowing down as he gets further away from us. Ah, that's cool. So there's... Now it's gone completely. Huh, okay. I couldn't remember if there was always a heartbeat sound when you were in the locker. But if there's a guard actually awake and nearby and you do this... Hold on. I love the last guy. He has to turn around for another cheeky look. I'm just gonna have another quick peek before I leave. You get to see the new evasion system in action there as well, the new clearing system. It's funny as well, if you watch the making of MGS2, they show the military instructor teaching them how to handle these clearing sections. You know, showing them how soldiers actually behave in these situations. And of course they end up playing it for laughs as well. Motosada Mori, he's the military instructor for all of the games. Ever since MGS1. All the way up to 5, I think.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team,
Bonk, 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 bonk. More ammo. I didn't see that black dynamite, no. Hey, Storm, what's up?
Good.
Good. Save that for Otacon later on. Oh, that was actually a bit close.
Freeze.
Take his tags. Why not? Now, before we progress any further, I want to see if I can get a few optional calls here with Otacon. We get the first mention of the Patriots in an optional call here at the very beginning of the game. And we can also get another call which foreshadows Arsenal gear as well, I think. Tact, thank you for the 9 months. Cheers. Hey, what's up, Ghostronaut? Oh yeah, and the Pentasman calls. We'll do that as well.
Snake, go to the bridge first and...
Yeah. This can be a bit of a pain in the ass.
Snake, don't...
Because you have to go through a few tutorial calls before you get it, and sometimes you need to go through quite a lot of them. Thankfully, that isn't an issue on the plant. You'll always get story-relevant calls before tutorial calls.
As soon as you're spot...
This talks about a lot of the new mechanics, the radio, how to behave with
Push
enemies.
the action button nearest...
Being able to peek around corners, shoot fire
It's about
extinguishers,
waist high.
shoot the pipes.
Change to first person.
Bump, bump, down, down.
When you're flattened against a surface,
Wonder why it's different? I guess because they were more concerned with the player getting tutorials at the very beginning of the game.
push the L.
You know, I guess at the beginning of the game, they wanted gameplay to take precedence over story, perhaps. It's interesting, it works like that on the Virtuous mission in MGS3 as well. With Zero. It's even more annoying in the Virtuous mission, though, because there are way more relevant calls than there are on the tanker. You really have to spend a long time going through Zero's tutorial calls if you want to get the good stuff in MGS3. Wow. Yugi, what's up?
Move the right stick.
Black Dynamite with the 27 months as well. Thank you.
If you have a weapon selected while in corner view.
Yeah. You can pop around and do a pop-out shot.
Bodies can be moved to...
Does make you realize how many new things they added with this game, though, which is cool.
According to intelligence,
here we go.
His new model was designed to combat all the clone models of Metal Gear floating around in the world. Ocelot sold the Metal Gear specs to anyone with hard cash after he survived Shadow Moses.
And raked in enough money to buy a decent-sized country in the process.
But was money really Ocelot's end objective?
You think he had a deeper plan?
I do. Nothing definite, but acquiring a large sum of money is always a good starting point for another project. Anyway, every country that paid off Ocelot is racing to produce its own bipedal tank, one that can launch the so-called invisible nuclear warhead. If the whole world has a Metal Gear, the military dominance of the US will disappear. In a world where Metal Gear has become commonplace, the only way to regain the upper hand is to possess a weapon even more powerful than Metal Gear.
And that means a new Metal Gear.
Exactly. The arms race must go on.
So the Navy's version of Metal Gear is Arsenal Gear. Really early foreshadowing that you're definitely going to forget about on a first playthrough, even if you get this call on a first playthrough. And yeah, I do think it kind of ruins the flow in the Virtuous mission. Because there are only a few areas. You know, the Virtuous mission is really short. Or, you know, it feels shorter compared to the tanker. There are a lot of areas in the tanker. There aren't as many optional calls in the tanker, so it definitely flows better in this game, I think. Alright, we have one more to get.
I recommend you hide the enemy's body as soon as you've taken them down.
Bomb.
You can also hide the enemy's body in a
Yeah.
Snake, if you...
Oh, I think there he's teaching you about
life gauge is down to
the regen mechanic. Where if you're bleeding, if you kneel down, your health will recover up to a certain point.
Snake, the aim the gun and push the...
Yeah.
The metal gear that the tanker is transporting is being developed under Marine Corps jurisdiction. But I've also heard a rumor that the Navy is working on its own metal gear.
Any more info on the Navy's model?
I tried to hack some out, but security was too tight. There's a lot of money being allocated, that's for sure. But every one of my investigations takes me to one name, then hits a brick wall. The name is the Patriots.
Who are they?
I wish I knew. I have no idea if this is an individual or an organization even. But once we expose the presence of this Marine Corps metal gear to the world, maybe that will shake the Patriots out of the tree. This mission is partly about that too.
Never mind, I actually meant to refer to this call. Not the previous call. He didn't mention the Navy at all in the previous call, I think. I was just focused on the chat and I thought we already got that call, but it was actually another one. Never mind. So yeah, there's the very first mention of the Patriots. Pretty cool, in an optional call. Let's save as well. There are a lot of very silly save conversations with Otacon.
You want to save, Snake?
And I think these calls as well are supposed to sort of be hinting at that, you know, this isn't really what the game is. You know, you think you're going to be playing through the whole game with Otacon talking absolute nonsense like this? You know, he's shit-talking you, just like how Kojima is shit-talking you with this entire segment. That's how I feel about it anyway. You know, Otacon's just feeding you complete horse shit and expecting you to take it as truth.
Snake, you of course know the saying, one for all for one?
What is this all of a sudden?
Oh, I figured you'd need a lot of motivation, so I came prepared. It's from the Three Musketeers. The book, not the candy bar. Anyway, it means that if you go up against everyone by yourself, they'll gang up on you too, I think. Since you're on your own on that ship, you need to take this to heart and avoid confrontations. How was that? Just like the old days, huh?
Almost reminds me of Mei Ling. But you sure you got it right?
Of course. And I'll teach you a lot more of these. You can count on it.
Great.
Yeah, man, just like the cheap callbacks, the focus on fan service and little references. You know, the tanker is all about fulfilling your expectations to an almost overblown degree. And then obviously the plant completely rips that apart. And I think that's what these save calls are supposed to be tying into as well. Just sort of toying with you. Subverting expectations before it was cool. Subverting expectations in an interesting way, I think. I think you can still do it in an interesting way. Vegeta gifting a sub to the third storm. Thank you very much. 115 gifted subs now. Good lord. Thank you so much, Vegeta. Enjoy your free sub, Storm. Oh yeah, Pentazemin. So if we equip the Pentazemin and call Otacon, he should have something to say about it.
Snake, those pipes you see along the wall and ceiling are steam conduits. They're thin enough to penetrate with gunfire. Don't touch the steam. One of those blasts from the hole will burn your skin off. You may be able to use it as a trap of some sort, though.
I don't know why I didn't skip that.
You have pentazamine in your inventory. If you need to take some, select it in the item window and push the enter button. Pentazamine is a mild tranquilizer used to treat clinical depression, obsessive compulsive behavior, and anxiety. It belongs to the benzodiazepinate family, and along with its antidepressant and anti-anxiety qualities, it suppresses convulsions. Take it when you have a tough shot ahead with a sniper rifle, and you need to minimize shakiness. But I guess you don't have one of those yet. Well, you can also try some if you're feeling really seasick.
It's your birthday, Storm? All right. So let's take some Pentazemin and call him back.
Otacon, I took the Pentazemin and you're right. The seasickness is gone.
Wow, really?
What do you mean, really? You said...
Drugs are mostly about placebo effect. If you believe it's effective, it is. You're more naive than I thought.
And that's all there is with the Pentazemin on the tanker. There's no reason to use it, gameplay-wise. Like, you don't get a sniper rifle on the tanker. It's just for those calls. And these calls, again, also tie into another Pentazemin Easter egg call with Raiden on the plant way later in the game, before we speak to the president. So that's cool. Another example of Easter eggs triggering other Easter eggs. Although I don't think this call does trigger that call on the HD collection. I think it did in the original game, though. Although I don't know. I know DRK said that before. I'm not sure if he's correct. Oh yeah, cigarettes.
Snake, are you smoking? You really should quit. First of all, it turns you into an instant target in the dark. As for what it means to your health, I won't even go there. Remember what Naomi said about lung cancer rates? Everyone knows that it's a dangerous substance.
So's war, and I've done that all my life.
Well, you can screw up your own body if you like, but think about other people, okay?
This is the new kind that has almost no secondhand smoke. It won't bother anyone.
Oh, really? Didn't I see you toss the butt off the bridge? Littering, polluting. You have a long way to go, my friend.
The funny thing is, the team actually received a lot of complaints, apparently, over Snake tossing a cigarette in the opening scene. And they responded to that. In MGS3 with Snake's cigar in the opening scene of MGS3, where Snake doesn't toss the cigar out of the plane. He puts it out with his foot and it stays inside the plane. Apparently that was a response to the complaints they got for this game. I doubt it was a complaint that they took seriously. You know, it was probably more of a jokey response, not like a serious response. But yeah. Although they are very strict about hygiene and cleanliness in Japan. Jamaicans with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Jamaicans. Cheers. Or, you know, littering is like a very big deal in Japan, heavily frowned upon. As it should be, but yeah. Alright. Whoa. Aiming feels faster for some reason. You coming back here? Man, they stay asleep for way longer on Extreme. It's been a long time since I played regular Extreme. If you knock them out on European Extreme, there's only one Z, like right from the get-go. And they wake up in like 30 seconds. And of course, this place, lots of little details here. Do I want to kill these guys first? I don't know what I want to do. Oh shit, this guy. Forget exactly what this guy's pattern is. Oh, does he stay there?
Freeze.
Hey, here we go. Mo! All good. No need to panic. Oh! Hey! All good. Not used to playing with not game over on site. Need to get used to these rules again. Okay, let's quickly hold this guy up. Oh, wait, no! Oh yeah, okay, we can show it off now. I don't need to hold him up, never mind. But see the flies around him? That's because he's carrying a rotten ration. And if we take his ration, the flies will then surround us instead. See that? And the flies won't disappear until we eat the ration. Let's call Otacon, see if he comments on the ration.
So, you've got rations now. These are military food supplies and allow you to recover some life with use. If it is equipped in advance, the ration will automatically be used and life will be regained when you receive damage. You can select it in the window and push the confirmation button to use the item on the spot. Rations were designed to be carried and eaten on the field. They're all about functionality and calories. They use special freeze-drying methods developed by the NROC. They're compact, portable, and last for weeks.
Okay. I can't remember if the flies actually affect gameplay. Like if guards will be able to spot you more easily. It's been so long since I played on Extreme. You know, there are no rations at all on European Extreme. Now, I guess I'll just keep these guys tranked. Lots of magazines here. Cute little dog. Can kick them. You can see inside. Can't really see anything too well, but still kind of cool. Giant and shaven with the 27 months. Thank you. I should probably keep some ammo. We have the TV over here. You can see the holds where they're keeping Ray. There you can see some of Ray's body there. Arms, legs. If we call Otacon, we can get some more information.
Look at the TV over there. It's showing the hold.
So that's...
The new Metal Gear.
Why are they broadcasting this?
They probably want to keep a record of this exercise. And maybe give a little presentation?
Presentation?
That ship's been transmitting a live video feed via military satellite uplink for a while now.
So there's some brass out there smacking their lips over this little home movie.
I've been trying to pinpoint the receiving location, but I haven't had much luck. There's a heavy-duty firewall in the way. I'll try some more, though.
Wherever it is, it must be a warm, dry office with hot coffee on tap.
Far cry from that tanker, huh? That's what happens when the battlefield has a revolution in military affairs.
Really cheesy line there. Oh yeah, if we call him again, we get another call as well.
Snake, how long are you gonna stand around watching TV? Get back to the mission.
Can also shoot out the TV as well. Such cool little details. And obviously, if you shoot out the TV before getting those calls and try and get those calls afterwards, you won't be able to. You know? Makes sense, but still. Just cool attention to detail. And of course, the ice cubes over here. The melting ice. You keep looking, they will disappear eventually. But yeah, no reason for these details. Like, they don't affect story or gameplay or anything, but just cool that they're here. Again, they're just playing around with the PS2's technology. The tanker almost feels like a tech demo. Many of the bottles that are individually modeled as well. You shoot it at the top, it'll break at the top. Shoot it at the bottom, it'll break at the bottom. Even the bottles in MGS4 don't work like this. They'll all break in the same spot, no matter where you shoot them. Thought you heard some liquid spill there as well. Yeah, look, you can see that red liquid. I don't remember that. Cool. Oh yeah, and this. This is one of the coolest little effects, I think. Man, you have to shoot it a lot here. Come on. Hey, there we go. I love that sound effect. And now I'm almost out of ammo. I'll Otacon one more time.
What you're wielding right now is a converted Beretta M92F, designed to fire tranquilizer. Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. The bridge is on the top.
Did I roll around in the alcohol to get the flies? No, I picked up a guard's ration. A rotten ration that he was carrying. The flies will go if I eat the ration, but I'm going to hold on to the flies just to see if they have any effect on the gameplay. We'll try and test it out.
Push the crawl button. If you tilt the left stick at a smaller angle, you'll be able to walk more slowly and stealthily.
Whoa, your voice!
Try moving over noisy surfaces this way.
What happened to your voice, Otacon? I think that must have been re-recorded dialogue for the HD collection. They re-recorded some of the tutorial dialogue for the HD collection where they talk about specific controls. I think so that they would have the same control tutorials for all of the different platforms that the HD collection was being released on. I think, like, some of the Colonel's dialogue is re-recorded, all tutorial dialogue, and Major Zero's. But yeah, like, it's never anything significant. It's always just tutorial stuff.
You can hold someone at gunpoint by getting behind his back.
The Colonel's voice sounds way worse. Well, it's the exact same for 99% of his dialogue. Oh, it's only certain tutorial calls that they changed. I love Paul Eiding's performance in this game as the Colonel. You know, it's supposed to be robotic and flat because he's an AI.
You can aim...
Better than the Silent Hill collection? Oh yeah, this is a pretty good HD collection.
These aren't sentries you're dealing with. They're searching for you, and they know you don't want to be found. You can't make some feeble attempt at concealment. Make sure you're completely hidden in some place they wouldn't think of searching.
Let's save again. We'll try and get all of the save calls if we can.
Time to save?
Bump, dump, dump, dump.
Okay, there's a saying that goes, even a bird on high dies a glutton's death, as do the fish of the deeps. The lesson is, don't be greedy. The fish that belonged to a family called the Deeps died from overfeeding, and so did a bird that got high on something, probably fermented fruit.
Okay, if you say so.
I do, Snake. Don't take unnecessary risks just because you're greedy for more items. Remember the Deep family's fish.
I do, Snake. Love how short he sounds there when it sounded 2 seconds ago like he was completely making it up on the spot. The lesson here is, oh yeah, this is what I'm talking about.
Snake, go to the... When the photos are in, we'll put them online and blow this whole thing wide open on the web.
Don't you think that the authorities will just shut us down?
Probably, but it won't matter. There'll be mirror sites spawning within minutes after those images go up. We won't even have to ask. People will be grabbing the pictures. There's no way anyone can stop it. Information has a life of its own, and as long as it lasts, it'll keep existing, even if it has to change its form or location.
Life?
Yeah, the desire of people to learn, the demand for data.
That's called idle curiosity in my book.
Everyone's got some of that, and sometimes it can pave the way for truth. That's what I believe.
Interesting last bit of dialogue there. The demand for memes. But yeah, when I played this game for the first time, I was 10 years old, had a shitty dial-up connection, barely used the internet. So, so much of this game was very confusing. Not really knowing what they were talking about with the whole theme, you know, with the themes of information and the internet and all that. The world drowning in the coming flood of information. And obviously now it's quite relevant. Oh! I don't have the flies! Wait, or do I? I think I have a few flies. Yeah, look, there's only a couple left. Okay. Oh my god, shadows.
Freeze.
Huh?
Well...
Don't kill me.
Love the music. Thank you, Harry Gregson Williams. You should be thanking Hibino as well, an unsung hero of the series. He did a lot of the music in this game, probably more than Harry Gregson Williams overall. Like, most of the in-game music is from him, as far as I understand. And I think most of the music in cutscenes is from Gregson Williams. I don't want to wait for him to wake up, because he should react to that as well. Galvi, thank you for the 41 months. I think on European Extreme it might cause an alert as well. I don't know. I can't remember. On this difficulty, I think it only causes a caution. Let's go up. Can you pick him up and drop him to wake him up? You can, yeah. You have to do it a good few times, but yeah, that does speed it up. And on the plant, you can do it a lot faster because you have the coolant. If you spray an enemy with the coolant while they're asleep, they will wake up almost instantly.
Another Chinese proverb. Those who look to the heavens prosper. Those who defy it are no more. Do you know this one? The meaning here is... hold on a sec. That you can only survive as long as you're a part of the natural order of things. You remember pre-ripped jeans? Manufacturers thought that just because people loved old, broken-in jeans, they would want to buy new jeans that looked old. So they purposefully...
What do jeans have to do with nature and order?
Denim should fray and rip on its own, naturally, right? Some designers tried to go against that, and no one bought them. The earnings report from that fiscal year is enough of a proof.
Earnings?
Playing with the word jeans. Har har har. Ties into MGS1. Lol. Earnings? What are you babbling about, Otacon? Man, I love how this game looks. So slick. Shaft grenade. Wonder if there's a ration here on extreme. No, I think there is on normal. I was gonna run straight on through, but there are some calls to do here, and obviously the xylophone pans. Let's call Otacon.
That must be the mess hall.
It's pretty small considering the size of the ship.
I guess modern tankers are so automated that you only need a crew of about 20. That's not a lot to feed. There's a lot of things there, but make sure you don't disturb anything and leave traces. The enemy might notice. Whenever you see an item box, you should acquire it.
Yeah. I think we look at one of these guys. We should get a call about them as well.
So he was about to have dinner.
And got a bullet in the head instead. Poor bastard.
So cool. So many little extra calls. Nice. If you shoot the salt, it explodes. You know, you get like a puff of smoke almost. There's the ketchup. Let's just show off the salt again. Here. My ammo though. This isn't looking good. Hold on. I think you can play the MGS theme on those pans as well. I think that's what DRK does. I should really learn the MGS theme as well. I don't know how to play it. I'm not going to figure it out now. I don't have enough ammo to figure it out now anyway. Come on. No, I don't know how to play anything on the pans, and I don't have enough ammo either, so... Fortunately not.
Freeze.
Ooh, that guy up there as well. It's fun playing with the radar.
Freeze.
Mo! Oh, that was close. That other guy just turned around. Cool detail as well with the fire extinguishers. If you shoot them, you can see the lasers. We could lure him around with the bell, perhaps. Hold on. Try something fancy here. This camera, though. Oh, just out of range. I'm probably gonna get spotted doing this, but let's just see if I can do it. Oh, it's right here. Oh!
Who's there?
Oh my god. Let's just shoot him in the leg and wait for him to drop then. That was cool. I wonder if he was about to turn as well and look under the table. I guess he was. Why else would he have leaned down there? What was he looking at when he knelt down? Yeah, when he kneeled down. Knelt down? Kneel down? Alright, before we progress, let's just get one more save call from Otacon.
Oh, Snake, you want to save? Hey, Snake, what's hardest won, most easily lost? It's time, get it? Amazing how relevant these Chinese proverbs still are. Once the moment's gone, it's gone. Except for daylight savings time, of course. That extra hour to do anything you like with every autumn. Gotta love it. Then again, you lose an hour every spring, so I guess the proverbs are right. Wow, they thought of everything.
Did they even have daylight savings back then?
Of course not. They knew how to save time.
Then
We're
why-
the ones that need to be tricked into it.
Yeah, but you said...
The moment never returns, Snake. Let's not waste it on idle questions.
Okay.
That one's brilliant. The logic that he's following. Or non-logic. And there's more M9 ammo under the table? Hold on. Oh yeah! Wasn't even paying attention last time. I was more focused on getting out of sight. Alright, cool. Wait, actually. We're not done here. Now I can play more pans? Nah, I still need the ammo. Oh, nice. Now I could play more pans. Deputy Van Halen with the 4 months. Thank you.
Freeze. Huh?
Now, I wonder if this guy will still come up. Yeah. See, look, that triggers this guy to come up the stairs. And he should come in here. I think. Actually, I can't remember. It's been so long. Yeah, here he comes. Get a nice little scene as well. It's one of your favorite rooms in the tanker? Yeah, it always reminds me of playing the MGS2 demo for the first time. I remember spending a lot of time in this room. Net weight, packed in Jamaica. Flour. You can use the flour as well later on to highlight the lasers. And we get our cardboard box, of course.
Snake, that's the pantry where they keep the food supplies. Huh. Lots of cardboard boxes. You could probably use one to blend in and avoid being discovered. Using the old cardboard box trick, huh? Looks good on you, Snake. Camouflage is the best way to slip past enemy surveillance. But cardboard is just paper when it comes down to it. It won't withstand any serious assault for long. Don't rely on the trick too many times either, and I recommend you keep it dry.
It's kind of a disappointing cardboard box call. Snake has nothing to say. It's kind of weird, you know? Usually the The cardboard box Easter egg calls are pretty eventful. There are some good ones on the plant, though, which make up for it. And you have Snake running around in the box as well. There are quite a few box calls on the plant. So we can forgive them for that.
Snake, wait! Don't move!
I see it. Some kind of device on both sides of the hall. Infrared sensors?
Right, and they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly. Plastic explosives. If you trip the sensors...
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
That sounds about right. There aren't that many infrared beams. Maybe you can get past those without setting off the explosives. If you need to see exactly where the beams are, you can use the usual method. There's a fire extinguisher over there. Break it open and try scattering some of the extinguishing chemicals.
Doom boom doop bum bum. Really cool scene. I really like the scenes on the tanker where you're just watching the Relukovich soldiers in action. Really cool cinematography there.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
I'm looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat-worthy. That area is outside the Second Fleet's operational range, too. It must be a standalone Marine Corps project, which means this prototype Metal Gear must be designed for independent deployment, without any naval assistance. Anyway, analysis can wait till later. Snake, you need to go down to the holds and locate the actual metal...
Love this track here as well. And in the script for MGS2, it says when Snake sees Olga here that he's reminded of Meryl. That's what he's thinking of there when he's like, huh? He just remembers Meryl. I think they comment on that in the making of MGS2 as well. But they wanted to highlight the contrast between the two of them, where Meryl was a rookie, Olga is quite experienced. Still can't make out her face, so you can strafe here with R2 in first person to get a better look at her, but you still can't make out her face. Another really interesting thing as well that's written into the script is when Liquid says at the end of the tanker, our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. It's written into the script that Snake, when Liquid says that, Snake thinks of the accelerated aging that he's been feeling recently. So accelerated aging was written into the story way before MGS4. You know, it was an idea as far back as MGS2, and actually written into the script of MGS2, just of what Snake is thinking. But he never actually says it in dialogue.
Has landed. I'm on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status.
Control room, communications and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker holds secured. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot?
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission. You swore this to me, that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete. Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild? You will be on the helicopter out of here now.
Damn it.
Freeze! Hands over your head, now! Toss your gun overboard, slowly. A woman. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Who are you?
We are nomads, wanderers.
I said don't move.
Americans. So you shoot women too.
I'm a nomad too. What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard. Hold that position. Now, turn around.
You know what you're doing. It stopped raining. Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean.
I love the sounds.
And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think we deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
All right, let's go. walked into it. I could loop her and finish her now, but I won't.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family. We've shared everything, all the bad and all the good. I have no one, nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
Uh-oh.
Take this! Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Now, I'll show you something which you may not have seen before, or I'll try and trigger it anyway. You can actually get Olga to laugh at you in this fight.
Take this! What do you think I am, stupid? What do you think I am, stupid? What do you think I am, stupid? What do you think I am, stupid?
Ho! Ho! Ho!
What do you think I am, stupid?
Fuck!
What do you think I am, stupid?
She should laugh at you here.
What do you think I am, stupid?
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. There we go! Try and get it one more time. Nice.
What do you think I am, stupid?
Yeah, that's the only time you can hear her laugh.
What do you think I am, stupid?
Well, you're struggling to hit me here, so. Where's my laser? Oh! Oh! Alright, looks like I am stupid after all. I didn't think I had my weapon unequipped there.
Okay? Snake! Snake!
But yeah, something to take note of for later. I guess it's kind of good that we got a game over screen. Although I would be getting one later anyway, on purpose for an Easter egg. But yeah, the tanker has, of course, the classic game over screen from MGS1, and that changes on the plant for a particular story reason, which we'll get to. Just worth taking note of if you never picked that up before. Oh.
I've been with the
Oh,
unit
wow.
since I was born.
Analog,
I
thank you
grew
for the
up on
10 months.
Battlefield, conflict, and victory were my parents.
Bam, bam, bam.
The unit. We've shared everything. I have no one, nothing except the unit.
Oh, you bitch.
Nothing else matters to me. Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Coming over here. Oh. Freakzilla with the 14 months as well. Thank you.
Hey, let's go! Take this!
You bitch.
Take this! Ah!
Cipher. Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man,
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich, one of Ocelot's allies.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the Cipher.
A Marine Cipher T?
No, Army.
First the Marines, then the Russians, now the Army?
You're right. This isn't gonna be simple.
Snake, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
How did you find out then?
It was a tip. An anonymous tip.
Anonymous? You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
I have a younger sister, a stepsister. We have different parents. I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never mentioned her before. So?
The sender of the tip was EE.
E.E.?
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know? I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind. There's really no one out there who knows about her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap? To lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear you.
Nordy, what's up? Welcome back, everyone. Sinew, what's up?
She's not dead, is she?
No, just knocked out.
Good.
Looks like a little angel, doesn't she?
What's gotten into you?
Nothing.
Sleeping Beauty may have been awakened by Prince Charming's kiss, but you better not try it here.
I'm with you. Besides, I've had enough of tomboys.
What are you doing? How could you shoot someone who's unconscious? What are you, some kind of a monster?
Phil, thank you for the 2 years. Cheers, much appreciated. I kind of wish they didn't bring up Meryl at all here. You know, it just seems kind of weird after MGS1's ending that Snake would talk like that about Meryl. Because that is still the canon ending, even when this game was made. If you read In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, it ends with the Meryl ending. So obviously they had to retcon the ending to some degree if they were to make a sequel. Like, Snake and Meryl aren't going to live happily ever after, like it was implied with MGS1's ending. Not saying that that had to happen, but they kind of just brush Meryl aside in this game. They never bring her up. That's the only line that ever mentions her. It's the only call that ever mentions her, and it's like, okay. I've had enough of tomboys, alright. Just seems a bit weird after all that happened in MGS1. Ramsdell, thank you for the 64 months. Cheers. Cool details here as well. Look, if you look at what Olga was hiding behind, these are the laser panels, the sensors. If you look at them, you can see. And you also have the thingamajigs that you have to shoot to get rid of the lasers. And at the start of the scene, when you're listening in on Olga's conversation, she's talking about how the sensors have been set up and put in place. So, pretty cool. You can see lightning occasionally as well off in the distance. It's very random though, and sometimes you have to wait for a good few minutes before you can see it. Man, I love how this game looks. Always wondered what the deal was with this flag as well, and if there was any symbolism behind it. The Phi symbol. There's some thermal goggles up here as well. Yeah, Peter.
Snake, I know you're into high places, but do you think maybe you can head down into the hold sometime this year? We're here to take those photos of Metal Gear, remember?
Come on, man. I've only been up here for a few seconds, but I have been taking my time overall, I guess. Tell me about the thermals, Otacon.
Hey, Snake, you found a handgun.
Yeah, it's a decent one. US.
Yeah, we've been over this.
You have the thermal goggles equipped, huh? They provide night vision by using variances in heat distribution to create an image. It uses a two-dimensional solid-state projection system to create high-res images at 60 FPS in real time. By using the thermal goggles, you can take a look at the enemy's neck to see if they have dog tags or not.
60 FPS in real time. Listen to this talk in 2001. This game was 60 FPS on PS2, by the way. On the OG PS2, 2001, Sons of Liberty, this game was 60 FPS. I'm gonna see if we can wait for the lightning. I'll wait a couple of minutes. MGS3, however, not so much. But they really tried to push the PS2 to its limits with MGS3, and the frame rate certainly suffered. But even like aside from frame rate, I still prefer this game visually over MGS3. It's just more to my taste. Like, I like the colors, just like the slick metallic look of it. There's some lightning. You know, I just like the sci-fi visuals of this game. The sleek corridors, Arsenal gear. Like, I love the interior of Arsenal gear. The colon area with the Tengus, I love how that looks. And all of the other areas in Arsenal gear as well. The lightning effect looks really cool as well, but it's so rare. I'm gonna wait just a little bit longer. I want to see it one more time. Riding in the distance. My patience. It's running thin. 30 seconds. 29. 28. 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I heard the thunder. I didn't see the lightning. I love how rare it is though. Like, it actually feels like a real storm. Sometimes it'll be frequent. Sometimes you really have to wait for a long time. Ah! Yes! Did you see it? Show me more. That was only a mini burst of lightning. All right, I'm done. I'm done. Whoa. That sound. Is that supposed to be like that? Is that supposed to be the sound of the rope? Or this thingamajig? It's this thingamajig. Hey, nice. I'm not sure if I've ever looked at this thing before. Surely I have. Otacon, do you have anything to say about it?
Snake, Metal Gear is in the holds below the...
I don't think he's going to talk about it. Yeah, some kind of radar.
Snake, when I have something urgent to tell you, I'll raise you.
In other words, fuck off.
You'll be less likely...
Okay, he doesn't have anything to say about it. Cool. Yeah, it's been a long time since I looked at that. Pretty cool that it has its own sound effect. That only triggers if you're looking at it. Oh.
Freeze.
Earth, thank you for the sub. And hold on, Dickolas, did I thank you for your resub as well? Thank you. Thanks a lot, everyone. We get another box here, a wet box, which breaks more easily. They get up to the same sort of trickery with the reflections in this game as well as they do in MGS1, where they're not actual reflections, they're just like they use another model underneath the surface. They use translucent textures. Just like the puddles of water in MGS1. You know, it's not a real reflection, it's just the image doubled up underneath. Yeah, it's just that you see a lot more of it in this game. Guess it would still take a lot of power to run.
This is the bridge, but it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigational, engine control, communication, and all other major operational functions are consolidated in the bridge. The ship is autopiloted via a global positioning satellite system. This is a precision instrument we're talking about here, so it's probably best to leave it alone.
Oh, hey! I missed a donation as well a few minutes ago. I fight my Slemps. What? Slemps? I think I said that right. He said, Threedogg, you are secretly my favorite streamer. Please don't tell your competition. Thank you very much. Cheers. Much appreciated.
This is the bridge, but it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigational, engine control, communication, and all other major operational functions are consolidated in the bridge. The ship is autopiloted via a global positioning satellite system. This is a precision instrument we're talking about here, so it's probably best to leave it alone.
Hey, Gutter Magic, thank you for the 53 months.
Snake, in some locations, the lighting may...
We should get another call about Gerlukovich here and the cipher.
Don't break...
Don't break things.
Even if you... If your spot...
Come on, Otacon.
The handgun amp... Snake... As long as you have... The other attack option... Move the left...
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
After pushing the...
God damn it.
The cipher's what it looks like. A flying surveillance saucer. It's an unmanned aerial vehicle used for ground and ocean surveillance. And it also assists in communication. It can take off and land vertically, and uses a ducted airstream from its rotors and the surrounding shroud to fly. The one you saw was the type used by the Army, if I recall. But I can't see the Army officially cooperating with a top-secret Marine Corps project.
No, which means that there's someone besides us and the Russians that are interested in the new Metal Gear prototype.
Ciphers can stay airborne for about 3 hours, so there should be an integrated mobile ground station controlling its flight pattern and output nearby. It's got to be on land. I'll bet you anything it's disguised as a regular truck or something, driving along Riverside. Let me check it out.
Good call.
Yeah, he really isn't, Wallace. But yeah, thankfully it won't be like that once we get to the plant. You'll always get story-relevant stuff first and then tutorial stuff after. Thankfully there aren't too many story-relevant calls with Otacon anyway. But it's still a bit of a pain in the ass.
Didn't think Gerlukovich was involved, of all people.
Ocelot's former CO, and a man with a private army of ex-Russian military and GRU soldiers. I don't like it.
And Liquid was planning to team up with that bunch at Shadow Moses.
All he managed to do back then was to provide a toy or two. Looks like he's had enough of sponsoring insurrections.
So this time he's out here himself. I guess he's after Metal Gear?
History repeats itself. Metal Gear has enough strategic clout to upset the balance of military power overnight. He must be dreaming of Mother Russia's return to glory.
Like you said, history repeats itself. Some people never change.
Maybe it's the world that doesn't, or won't, change.
Maybe. But we're fighting to upset the status quo too, aren't we?
Ortez with the 4 months.
You want
Thank
save,
you.
Snake? The Chinese have a saying. Those who are lost never question a path, and a drowning man doubts not the shallows. And it means that you need to make use of other people's help, otherwise you could be in trouble. If you're lost, you don't even know whether a road you come across is a right one. And, what's the difference between shallow and deep if you've already drowned, right? Anyway, the point is that help is always a good thing to accept, so make good use of the codec.
Look, this stuff seems nothing like what Mei Ling used to talk about.
Hey, she couldn't do better herself.
Ugh.
Ugh. I think in every call he does that, he pauses, and it means... it means... Hey, we can just run out of here this time. See you later.
Freeze.
Whoa. That was almost too fast there. You're too fast there, the camera will see you.
Freeze.
Shoot the wall to distract him when he looks at the wall. Turn around, freeze him, run through him. Love how this place is still trashed as well from before. Nice. How long does an all dog tag run? Jesus, well, you have to go through the game on so many different difficulties if you want to get all the tags. You know, you have to play on every difficulty apart from European Extreme. So it takes a long time.
Time to save?
Huh?
Acquaintances agree, friends argue. That's a straightforward one. The better friends you are, the more openly you can disagree with each other. So feel free to present a counterpoint if you don't agree with what I'm saying. Argue away.
Sure, all right.
Not a promising start. Okay, forget what I said. Just go along with my advice.
Oh boy. Just believe the absolute shit that I'm talking. Benzo, thank you for the 4 months. Ooh, and what do we have here?
Raven.
This is interesting because this is like a mandatory scene in the game. But this would be like a typical Easter egg. Something optional that you would find. That's how these things are usually used. The Dizzy as well with the 31 months. Thank you. This was also in early trailers for the game as well. So this was serious bait. Before MGS2 released, people were like, oh my god, is Raven back? Raven's back to life. I mean, the trailer confirms it. But of course not. Let's call Otacon before we progress here. Again, just something else tying into this whole tanker mission. Where nothing is as it seems. Where it's all just a setup.
Snake, that shadow,
It's him. No doubt about it.
But Raven was, you know, out in Shadow Moses.
I know. Maybe it's the last of his 9 lives. Or maybe his maker decided to give him another chance.
You're not serious, are you?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Either way, we'll find out soon enough.
I love that.
Snake, watch your step, okay?
What are you talking about, Snake? You're not serious, are you? Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Either way, we'll find out soon enough. Why didn't you tell him if you were serious or not? Such bizarre dialogue. The game is getting ultra self-aware at this point. They use a very similar trick in the Resident Evil 2 remake with one of the little statues. And I wonder if this is where they got the idea, perhaps. Yeah, I'm glad. Alright. We'll put out the light. Cogus, what's up? USP.
Good.
Take another picture for Otacon. Man. This place gets covered in those things.
Time to save?
Does he ever stop? No, he doesn't. His bullets do despawn, though.
Do you know the saying, one forgets the hurt once the wound is healed? And that, of course, means, where'd I put that piece of paper?
Did you say something?
No, nothing. Forgetting the pain when the wound's healed means, that you have to get better fast. Yeah, that's it. So stock up on those rations and bandages.
Is that really all it means?
Hey, I'm the expert here.
This is regular extreme, yeah. Just so we can get the ration Easter egg calls. Oh, he heard it. Oh, I could probably land on top of him. Hold up. No? What's going on? I thought he went over to investigate. Let's wait for him to get back up and we'll land on top of his head if we can. Oh shit. He's wait, no. I won't be able to. Ah! I woke him up.
Freeze.
Okay. Fuck it, I'm just gonna kill him. Wait, no, don't pick him up! Ah! Fuck!
It's the enemy. I need there.
Hold up. It's pretty fun playing on Extreme for a change, with the radar and without game over on site as well. It's just nice having a bit more freedom to fuck up. Get to have fun in the alert phases, caution phases. I think I'm just gonna wait this out.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Ha!
There's somebody there.
All right. This dude again to the left. You go back, sir. Wait for him to turn around. Let's try something fancy here. I usually like to try and show off the box trick here. We can get this guy to see us.
Who's there?
While he's opening the box, you can unequip, run around behind him, and freeze him before he knows what's going on. And then you can pick your box back up and go back on your business. Another thing as well is this poster on the wall. Just another grill in her bikini, like all the others, except with this one, if you shoot it, it explodes and you get an alert. Why? I have no idea, but that's just the way it works. Let's hide. At least I think it's the only one that explodes. Maybe there's one on the plant as well that explodes? Battle damp damp. Just wait for this to die down. Let a lamp it down.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Yeah, let's just wait for everything to settle here. Man, I just love how this game looks. The slick look of it, the lighting, the Galukovich soldiers, the way they move around. Yeah, he's going back. Ah!
Freeze.
Ah! I didn't see you.
I got you.
I guess I wasn't paying attention to the radar properly. I swear I'd be better off without the radar. It's confusing me more because I'm not used to using it. Oh, sick scream. Fuck it. Oh, I'm dead. Ah, fuck.
Snake, respond.
Cool.
Snake, snake.
Ho, 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 ho. I should have shot that guy earlier. Let's see if I can get this guy before he sees me as well. Probably gonna get spotted though, trying to pull this off. Nice.
Repair of the entranceway to the engine room on the port side is complete. We'll return to position following patrol of the small room on the port side.
You can shoot the flower here at the back as well. See the lasers, if you didn't know. I thought that was a bit close. A little trick with this one. If you just try and take a picture of one of them, it won't work. You have to close the other locker and then take a picture of the two of them for it to register. Otacon finds this picture hilarious for some reason.
Good.
This rules, yeah.
Save?
I almost wonder if that's a bug. Or that, you know, he's not supposed to say that one for that photograph. Because it's kind of weird. Like, he bursts out laughing when he sees the picture of those two people. Otacon is pretty weird, though, so I don't know.
Snake, have you heard this one? Evil is human nature, and his entire being falseness. The concept of so-called original sin. The idea that you're born bad, so you can't help doing bad things.
Hold on. I thought the idea of original sin was that you had to work even harder at being good because you were born evil.
Oh, yeah, that too. Very good, Snake.
I think that's my favorite reply from Snake. Ugh.
Verrazano Bridge checkpoint passed. All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes' time for the scheduled briefing session with the Commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
These fancy lighting effects.
Somebody there? Who's there? Don't sneak up on me like that.
Don't sneeze, Snake. Please don't sneeze. You have to keep moving or else he probably will sneeze.
Nah, it was just my imagination playing tricks on me.
That's how you avoid sneezing, aside from using medicine. If you keep moving, he'll never sneeze. Only sneezes if he stays still. Here's the guy listening to his tunes. That guy sleeps. He wakes up every now and then, though. This guy's coming back.
Nothing to report.
Cool animation. Yeah, he's really into it. Grab some more M9 ammo here.
You
One
want
more.
to save, Snake?
One more save call before we continue.
You know the story about Achilles in Paris? The moral here is, well, something about his heel. Anyway, even the great and virtually immortal hero Achilles was finally done in by Paris. Talk about a dangerous city. So don't get complacent. The mission can turn around and get you.
Wasn't Paris a person?
What?
Paris, I thought he was a...
Snake. There's a time and a place for conspiracy theories. Please, I'm trying to concentrate here.
Huh? Sorry?
Time and a place for conspiracy theories, and it's the next chapter, coming right up after the tanker. That one is so dumb. In a good way, though. Talk about a dangerous city. Good God.
We have sealed the stern hatch.
All right.
The lift is also under our control.
We're on the foredeck, about to descend to the holds.
Sir, the Marine Commander has started his speech already.
We will complete the preparations before the end of the speech.
All communications to the holds have been severed. No one is aware of our presence.
Let no one down into the holds until we are out.
Yes, sir. We will secure your exit with our lives if necessary.
There is one more thing.
Yes, sir.
My daughter, keep her safe.
Yes, sir.
Who goes there?
Let's do it. Oh, nice shot. Fuck. Took a shot, though. Nice.
Who goes there? Oh, Shalashaska. Why are you here? We thought you were with the Colonel. What the...
Colonel will be joining you soon, comrade.
Such a cool scene.
Snake, are you in yet? Have you made it to the holds?
It's taking longer than I expected. We've already passed the Verrazano Bridge.
All right, we'll use another recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses.
The men down here are definitely Marines.
The current state of nuclear...
If the deck is sealed off, they have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
I'm not interested in fighting these guys. The weapons won't do me much good here.
Can you see Metal Gear?
No. I'll have to go around to the bow. They have some serious defenses here. I doubt the recent arrivals want to blast their way through the Marines either.
Wonder where they're headed?
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
Okay, Snake. Let's go over this one more time. Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government's plausible denials. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking.
Marking?
There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal Gear. Just let someone try explaining away a clear shot of that.
All right.
There's actually one little thing.
Just spit it out. I'm used to things going wrong.
It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications.
Could it have something to do with that cipher we saw?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption protocol for our burst transmission for now. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case.
Instead of using the codec?
Exactly. There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed. I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
Arrangements?
I hitched a ride on Link 16 into U.S. military's proprietary network. Managed to get into that workstation and overwrote a part of the system software so I could remote install a little app I wrote.
Why bother with anything that complicated?
No, it's pretty simple, really. Look, all you have to do is stand in front of the machine and push the action button. The app will automatically launch and download the image data from the camera, split the files, and encrypt them individually. The data packets can then masquerade as...
Okay. So all I have to do is push the action button in front of the computer once I have the pictures, right?
Well, sure, if you put it that way. And one more thing.
Just press triangle.
The Commandant's already begun his speech, but you need to get the pictures before he's done talking. Otherwise, they'll spot you, okay?
How much time do I have?
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text of that speech. I'd say you have 7 more minutes. Longer if he throws in a joke or two.
A 7-minute time limit, huh?
Remember, Snake, just the photos, okay?
With these kinds of odds, I won't be making any sudden moves. But that doesn't mean we can just let Metal Gear be hijacked.
Okay, but first the photos.
All right, we'll deal with the rest when we get there.
Stay low.
Combaticus, about him using his left arm on the door. I think it's just to highlight it for the audience. That he has his arm back, and he didn't have it in the first game. I don't think there's any significance to it other than that.
Development of Metal Gear Ray as a
but yeah, I quite like that. Just turning it with the one arm that he didn't have before.
The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray...
Oh, it's his left arm that he uses for the door, is it? Oh, okay, my mistake then.
The hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained.
Did he try to cover his tracks? I'm still not sure what you mean. I don't think there's any real significance to it.
And it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this.
But maybe there is. I don't know. And his right arm was stiff, like it had pain. But I don't know about that. I don't know. I didn't think it looked like he was in pain or anything. Again, I thought it was just for the cool factor, really. And to just draw attention to his different arms, that he has both of them back. Oh, that's fine. I encourage you to talk about little details and things you might find interesting, Combaticus. I just think you might be grasping a bit there.
They're all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background.
Thing is here, you don't actually have to crawl underneath the projector here. If you look at the light, it rises like that. So if you stand all the way up here, you can actually walk underneath the light. Like that.
This weapon will render all
apart from there, where I walk back. You have to be really careful. Well, at least we get to see this scene now.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer.
You still awake, DRK? Jesus Christ.
Proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the
yeah, I agree with what DRK is saying there. It's just a highlight that he has his arm back, more than anything. And it looks cool.
Worse yet, so do a number of
see, look, you can run right underneath the light.
States. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player.
Hey, although we didn't get Snake's comment on it, I think I need to install the patch for the HD collection again. For some reason. I remember a while back I got rid of it.
This weapon will render all
for a particular reason.
Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order. We, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order.
Shame it has to cut back to the previous dialogue for this section.
Its military affairs. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy.
Snake, are you okay? Snake! Snake!
I think that's my favorite Easter egg in the game. Maybe my favorite Easter egg in the series. I don't know, I just love it. When he puts on the two pictures and they can't decide, man, what one to look at. Oh. Truly simple creatures. Us men. So realistic. Exactly what would happen in real life.
We initiated the development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states.
Let's not do it that way this time.
They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced.
Okay, I want to wait here for a minute until we hear a little bit more of his speech.
There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray.
Otacon will comment on his speech, but it has to get past a certain point for him to comment on it.
Snake, the tanker's holds are divided into 3 separate...
Because he comments on specific things in the speech.
Snake, take those You absolutely... The Marine Corps' defining character is that of an emergency response team in crisis situations. But the Army's been steadily enlarging its own crisis response capabilities, building on the strength of their medium brigade. Analysis is that the Marine Corps sees this as an infringement on their own domain and is more than a little alarmed. We both know that Metal Gear Rex was being developed for deployment by the Army, so it does make sense that the Marines are trying to compete with their own version of Metal Gear. So the Commandant says the Navy is leaning on them, huh? I'm sure the Navy isn't happy about the new Metal Gear prototype being developed. From what I can tell, the new model can make an approach, launch an attack, and execute takeoffs from the ocean without any support. If the weapon makes it past the testing stage, it could render aircraft carriers, battleships, even submarines obsolete. It's a matter of life or death for the Navy as an organization. And if it's true that the Navy has its own Metal Gear in the works, that's another reason for them to get nervous.
Again, more Arsenal Gear foreshadowing there. Once you get inside Arsenal Gear, and if you look at all the mass-produced Metal Gears up close, they all have the Navy logo on them. And it gets outright stated as well later on that the Arsenal Gear is a Navy project. Under the Patriots' control, obviously. Otacon, anything else to say?
Snake, take those pictures before...
Time to save? Do you know the saying, those who walk 100 leagues think not that their journey is half ended until the 90th league? That means... what does it mean? Okay, it means that if you're planning to walk that far, you better damn well know how to do simple arithmetic. Study, stay in school.
This seems to be getting more and more random.
Correction. It's becoming more deep. Trust me.
We're almost at the end of Otacon's save calls. Hold on, let's call him again. I think
Time to save?
I think we should get the last two now.
The Chinese have a proverb that goes, scholars hold in esteem knowledge, not acts. See, they just sit around thinking instead of actually doing something, which doesn't make them too useful. Action is what matters, I think.
Look, what I heard from Mei Ling was that...
Snake, have you noticed that you bring her up a lot?
Huh? That isn't the...
Here we go again. What am I gonna do with you?
Like I was saying...
You and your hyperactive libido. It's a good thing one of us can keep all the details straight.
It's not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation. It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project.
Another interesting detail here as well, if we keep looking at these screens, we can actually see Gorlukovich soldiers come in and take out a few Marines.
Or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier,
we'd probably be better off going to the previous screen, though. Although it would be riskier.
Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected, and make its landing on any...
I'm aware of that. I already showed that off, Bronze.
Its onboard Joint Tactical Information Distribution System identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about what that means. This turned out to be longer than expected. At ease. Rest a little.
Uh-oh. Oh, these guys don't move around, do they? Oh, hey, they do.
Getting back to the topic.
That's some quality resting right there.
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray.
Was this in the PS2 version as well? Yeah. Everything you're seeing was also in the PS2 version. They didn't change anything for the HD collection.
Chalk it up to old age.
Apart from some re-recorded tutorial dialogue.
After the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before.
This Raiden's VR? Possibly, but I don't think so, personally.
George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads. We have intelligence that there are anti-Metal Gear terrorists planning to target the ship. Intruder to the right! Intruder to the left! Intruder in the back! Intruder to the left! Should that actually happen, I expect you to be prepared. We cannot and will not give up Ray. Stay on your guard at all times.
I hope I can still see the Glukovich soldiers from this room.
Let's continue.
I'm pretty sure I can.
But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up.
You'll see them come up on the walkways. See the walkways on the top right and left?
The Metal Gear Rex development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility.
Should be pretty soon.
Defense capability. NMD technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely. But if this
yeah, look, there they are.
Means that there was a
you saw a brief glimpse. You should see more.
Opportunity by specific interests within the military-industrial complex. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces.
Here they come. See them?
You will bear that in mind. It is an undeniable fact that there is a force at work in our government and within the military.
So cool.
To control national affairs to suit its own interests. Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party, thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path. This exercise is but a first step towards that goal. The future of the country rests with you tonight. The proliferation and development of Metal Gear technology.
I'm not sure if there's more. I could have sworn you can see one of them, like, taking a Marine out.
Forces at work trying to exploit this disturbing trend to further
nice ass shots and close-ups.
The human race is about to slide back into the endless arms race of that last century. And we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again. The Metal Gear Ray you see is here to prevent that possibility. This Metal Gear Ray is a prototype designed to be operated by an onboard pilot. In its final form, Ray will be unmanned, driven by tele-existence and an autonomous control system. The importance of next-generation technologies such as C4ISR and RMA in battle situation has been discussed time and again. But Ray is the first to deploy.
Hey, cheers, Heart Hunt. Am I just going to let it time out? I am, yeah.
Will lead the way for a new age of military tactics. The brain drain of nuclear specialists in the black market.
I'm intrigued to see if we can see any more Glukovich soldiers up here as well.
Industry in nuclear weapons since late last century. Add Metal Gear to the mix.
I think that's probably it, but I thought I remembered there being something else.
must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we? Right. Down. Front. Let's continue.
Great exercise. Loosen up those bones.
Shadow of the Doomsday Machine. This Metal Gear Ray can bring other Metal Gears under control and ensure that we never know that fear again. We, the Marines, will be the guardians of this peace. We will proceed out of New York Harbor and conduct top-secret field testing of Ray. Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against weapons development. This training needs to stay covert. I'm on a roll here. Let's go on a little bit longer.
You didn't think it was over, did you?
Jeopardizing the program on the eve of its completion. The disguised oil tanker is a part of our cover. Ray is well worth all this cost.
Whoa, where am I? I can't see shit.
Former President Hughes would also act towards reducing
forget about it.
While nurturing the NMD concept. It was he who lowered Start 3 ceilings of tactical nuclear weapons in order to bring Russia around.
Nice playing with the shadows there.
Everyone believed the world was headed for the end of the arms race when Shadow Moses. Even though the development of Metal Gear Rex is still outside the bounds of official truth, everyone in the international military community knows it happened. Specs spread across the globe like wildfire.
Not sure if I'll have enough time here to show everything in a minute. I don't think I will. We might have to reset.
Do you want to save, Snake?
You never knew this was a corridor you could take? I actually found this on my first playthrough.
This is my favorite Chinese saying. Better to be first among roosters than last among bulls. Of course, the meaning's clear. If you have to choose between being a chicken or a cow, pick the chicken. Cows are always being messed with by aliens. Cattle mutilations are up, you know. Why go looking for trouble, right? If an enemy spots you, you'll be in more trouble than a cow on a UFO. You stay out of their sight.
Why would aliens be in an old Chinese proverb?
Everyone knows they've been visiting us for thousands of years.
Snake's getting pissed. But yeah, this was the path I took in my first playthrough. Cool, you get a different cutscene down here as well. Hold on, I'm calling him again.
Oh, Snake, you want to save?
We have to be really close to the end now.
Snake, do you know the Chinese proverb, care avoids error? Error is thought to be a Kung word, meaning what? There's some linguists who think that this accounts for an almost universal utterance of the syllable when people are at a loss for words. A kind of vestigial...
Hey! Ah! What a crock! What did you do with that little cheat sheet I made you? Oh, there it is. Hey!
That's really,
How could you do that? You know how busy I am and you...
It's not what you think.
Oh? So what am I thinking?
What's going on over there?
Oh, hi, Snake. Do you know the Otacom's been...
Mei Ling, we're in the middle of a mission and everything, so can we, you know...
Fine. Sure. And Snake, the real meaning of care avoids error is that if you're cautious, you can avoid making serious mistakes. Even if you've gotten used to the mission, watch what you do. Good luck.
Yeah, Snake. Good luck.
You, I'm not done with. Let's discuss this, shall we?
Hey, there she is.
National Missile Defense Program is initiated. You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses incident during the Sears administration. The current state of nuclear proliferation is a direct result of that event.
Metal Gear.
Bobovich with the 30 months. Thank you.
The National Missile Defense Program was initiated in the end of the 20th century.
54 seconds. I'm not even sure if it ends after this one. Maybe he goes on another roll. Where am I?
The success of the 1999 trials is now considered a chance after.
I don't know where I am.
No technological solution in sight, and the program was already attracting strong criticism from Russia and China.
That's where I came from. My screen isn't bright enough.
The fact that any development in missile defense would trigger accelerated weapons development has been pointed out from the very beginning. President Sears forced the NMD proposal through and succeeded in deploying.
Hold on, before we die, we need to call Otacon one more time.
With plans for the
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
We get one more Mei Ling conversation here as well. Hey, I'm glad, Scott. I'm glad you're seeing lots of new stuff. That's why I'm here.
What happened to Mei Ling?
She got mad and went offline.
What did you do?
Nothing. Now, don't we need to get back to the mission? So much to do, so little time.
Oh, yeah, no, Mei Ling isn't in that call. I forgot. The squeals out of him there.
$100 billion program budget that actually arranged the legislative approval.
Yeah, I think it's going to be over now.
I'm on a roll here.
Oh! Now I think the dialogue starts to repeat, though. Like when he goes on a roll there, the first time you actually get new dialogue. But now I think it repeats.
Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear.
I wonder if it's possible to even fail with the timer.
But it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation.
And look who we have here.
It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project. But I promise you that they will not succeed.
Where did he go?
A train of nuclear specialists in the black market trade and weapons.
I actually fucked that up. Let's do that again, because you can take a picture of him. But you can't look at him first. You have to take out the camera straight away.
Plutonium has been fueling a cottage industry in nuclear weapons since late last century. Add Metal Gear to the mix, and the result is the renewed proliferation you see the world over. We once lived in the shadow of the Doomsday Machine. This Metal Gear Ray can bring other Metal Gears under control and ensure that we never know that fear again. We, the Marines, will be the guardians of this peace. Former President Sears did also act towards reducing the nuclear stockpile while nurturing the NMD concept. We lowered Stark 3 tactical nuclear weapons in order to bring Russia around to approving a revision to the ABM treaty. Everyone believed the world was headed for the end of the arms race when Shadow Moses happened. Even though the development of Metal Gear Rex is still
He's positioned slightly differently now.
Truth, Everyone in the international military community knows that.
Oh! That was a nice one. Still missed a few, though.
Again. The only thing that can reverse its course is this Metal Gear ray. George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear ray.
Nice!
Nuclear warheads.
I'm fucked.
But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up cost him his influence in the political community. We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can...
No, Bad Bunny, this is a good HD collection.
Metal Gear.
It has a couple of issues, but no.
With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and
Snake, that workstation is the transfer point between the tanker's intranet and the outside world. Use it to send those pictures over. All you have to do is face the computer and push the action button, and the photos will be sent. Hope you took a good one. That workstation is hooked up to the greater military network. The speech in the holds is being relayed out through that machine. We'll be making use of it too. I managed to get in through an Army IC router in Ohio. All I had to do from there was use the Link 16 to remotely install a few drivers and an application onto that workstation. So your camera can talk to their computer now. Hey, even military networks use products based on commercial technology. Nothing too unfamiliar there. Besides, I cut myself a back door when I still had access. I had a lot of access privileges when we were developing Rex. Hey, are you listening?
Yeah.
Really? Anyway, the program will compress, encrypt, and packetize the photo's image data. I used Bayton for encryption, by the way. And the beauty of it is, the packets are disguised to look like the Taydil-J message format. Get it? It's the standard tactical digital information link message format, and the packets will be sent out cloaked by their own speech broadcast. Tell me that isn't brilliant. Want me to go over it again?
No. Once was enough.
Tell me that isn't brilliant. Another good one.
It will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. Ours is not...
A couple of Easter eggs on this screen as well. Mention of Police Knots, MSX. Something that says something about a monolith as well. Monorith typo. Kernel. Login Scott, password. Police Knots Scott.
So, any codec moments from you, Snake? The first image is... this is,
What?
Nothing. It's nothing.
A woman.
But this isn't a photo of Metal Gear anyway. Sorry, but you're gonna have to go back and shoot another set. I'll just make a backup of this one. Okay, what am I seeing now? So, this explains a lot. Not that there's anything wrong with keeping it to yourself. I mean, you know, it's your life and everything. But you're going to have to take those Metal Gear photos now.
You a homophobe, Otacon? Are you in the closet, Otacon?
And the next one is... This is hilarious! This rules.
What?
But we can't use it. Get the shots we need.
What?
I'll just make a backup of this one.
Why are you blushing?
Next up is... Hey, this is the Marine Commandant. Are you a fan or something? And the next one is... the Commandant again. Look, if you like him so much, I'll print this out and make a panel out of it. Put it over your bed or something. Okay, last one's coming up. Didn't think Gerlukovich was involved, of all people. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera. The Commandant is almost done with his speech. We're just about out of time. Hurry!
The only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first image is... Will you please stop sending me pictures of the Commandant? We need 4 images. One from the front right.
All right.
And the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera. The Commandant is almost done with his speech. We're just about out of time. Hurry!
Usually I give him the 3 Commandant photos in a row, but I think that's actually way funnier. Come back with the third one later, and just the third one. Like, okay, what do you have for me, Snake? Oh, for God's sake, it's just another Commandant picture. Please focus, Snake.
This is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation. It is a fact.
Oh my God! I can't believe I was able to pull off the second roll there.
We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Rain. That is all. Dismissed.
Yeah, now I'm dead.
Huh? Stop! Freeze!
Just get the same scene, alright. That first part was different, though.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Alright, we're almost done.
The National Missile Defense Program was initiated in the end of the 20th century, projected to completion in 2005. However, the NMP trial conducted in the year 2000 was a complete failure, and the success of the 1999 trials is now considered a chance happening. There was no technological solution in sight, and the program was already attracting strong criticism from Russia and China for its potential violation of the anti-ballistic missile agreement. The fact that any development in missile defense would trigger accelerated weapons development has been pointed out from the very beginning. President Sears forced the NMD proposal through.
Fuck!
Succeeded in deploying the program.
I didn't think he could disappear like that. I thought you had to, like, unequip whatever you had equipped. Shit, we have to do it again. I didn't mean to scroll up there. Hey, what's up?
Stop kidding around. Snake?
The National Missile Defense Program was initiated in the end of the 20th century, projected to completion in 2005. However, the NMP trial conducted in the year 2000 was a complete failure. The success of the 1999 trials is now considered a chance happening. There was no technological solution in sight, and the program was already attracting strong criticism from Russia and China for its potential violation of the anti-ballistic missile agreement. The fact that any development in missile defense would trigger accelerated weapons development has been pointed out from the very beginning. President Sears forced the NMD proposal through and succeeded in deploying the program.
I hope I didn't have to wait for that last hum.
With plans for the $100 billion program budget that actually arranged the legislative approval. I'm on a roll here. Let's go on a little bit longer. The proliferation and
Okay, I'm receiving the images. The first one I'm seeing is... Ah, don't send me creepy stuff like this. What if I get possessed or something? Sorry, but this doesn't work. I hate to ask, but can you try again?
Possessed by an arm, perhaps?
The next one's... Yeah! Another spooky photo? I told you to stop, didn't I? I need to go get some holy water or something.
I love the little ghost sprite behind him as well.
So, what's the last one gonna be? Stop it, okay? Are you trying to freak me out? We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
Development of Metal Gear technology are about to render agreements like the NVT and START obsolete. There are also forces at work trying to exploit this disturbing trend to further their own power and influence. The human race is about to slide back into the endless arms race of that last century, and we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again. The Metal Gear Ray you see is here to prevent that possibility. I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that's my duty. This Metal Gear Ray is a prototype designed to be
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first image is... Okay, that's good. The shot from the right is in the bag.
Kiri, thank you for the 21 months.
The next image is... Okay, this works. It's a great front view. What's next? You're a pretty good photographer. We can definitely use this left shot. Okay, last one's coming up. This is great. The Marines lettering shows up really well. Okay, now we have all the photos. Snake, the speech is about to wind up. Forget the photos and get out of there now.
We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the...
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. And of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
What do you want?
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back. Nobody move. Understood? This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. That's right. No one has to die needlessly. We're almost at the target. Get a move on.
What do you intend to do with Ray? Sell it on the streets?
I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the nuclear research outpost.
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Now you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo? How's that possible?
Ocelot, you! Have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Golukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
No hard feelings, Colonel. Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War.
Ah!
Metal Gear only has room for one! Golukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
Sergei, looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Traitors! Stop!
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like, brother. No wonder Naomi passed you over for the Fox Dive program.
Ouch! Get out of my mind, Liquid!
The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. But I live on through this arm!
Liquid's on.
Have what it takes after all! You're going down, Snake, with this tanker!
proceeding as planned, sir. Yes, at the location we discussed. Yes, I have photographic evidence of Snake on the scene. The cipher was most useful. I look forward to tomorrow morning's news flash. I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on indefinite hold. Yes, of course, Mr. President.
All right. Yeah, young Snow, you're correct. They do retcon that, I guess, in that scene with Snake and Naomi in MGS4, where she says that your telomeres were intentionally shortened to limit your lifespan to ensure that the seed of Big Boss didn't get into the hands of others or something. Blah, 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 blah. Limited lifespan, blah, 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 blah. And Big Boss's age as well was retconned in later games. I guess it's flat out confirmed in Peace Walker. His age, they comment on his age directly, but I guess you could tell in MGS3 as well, because he doesn't seem like he's in his late 40s or early 50s in MGS4. And you know that he was cloned in 1972, so yeah, it was pretty much retconned in 3. I thought his aging and all that was Fox Die. No, nothing to do with Fox Die. All right, we're ready for the plant. So there are quite a few little details at the beginning of the plant that I usually go over before we play the intro. Just little things to take note of, which are pretty cool and easy to miss, especially on a first playthrough, because there are so many things happening at the start of this next section, and usually you'll just be thrown off by the voice that you hear, and, hey, that's not Snake, what's going on? And you'll miss all of the little things that are actually happening. But obviously, Raiden's code name is different. Right at the very beginning of the plant chapter, his code name is Snake. And while he has this code name, his voice is actually quite different, and his personality. He sounds like he's imitating Snake. He sounds like he's in control. He's on the same wavelength as the Colonel. He's confident. He's assured of himself. He's knowledgeable about the mission and what's going on. He's, there's a back and forth between the Colonel, and he's referencing previous events with confidence and all of this. He has a slightly more gruff tone in his voice. And then when they change his code name from Snake to Raiden, he instantly becomes the Raiden that we know in MGS2. Not very assured of himself, on edge, sort of hyper, the VR-trained rookie persona comes to life as soon as he's referred to as Raiden, which is a pretty interesting detail. His entire personality and voice changes once his code name is changed. Another interesting detail is the Colonel's. Obviously, the Colonel is an AI in this game. Spoilers, but we'll be talking spoilers throughout the whole thing. So, yeah, if you don't want spoilers, leave. I just hear Discord sounds. My Discord open? Anyway, I'll get to that. There are quite a few hints that the Colonel is not as he seems, even right from the beginning. Obviously, the events of the plant chapter mirror the events of Shadow Moses, MGS1, and the intro especially is like full of parallels to MGS1. And even the Colonel's dialogue is almost identical to the Colonel's dialogue in MGS1 in some places. And there's one very cool detail in one of his bits of dialogue when he says, when we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. What he's doing there is he's fucking up his MGS1 lines, and he has to correct himself. Because at the start of MGS1, the Colonel says, when we need to contact you, the codec will beep. And here he says, in MGS2, when we need to reach you, and then he pauses, he stops himself because he realizes he's fucked up his lines. And he says, when we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. It can kind of throw you off if you don't know what that's getting at. But that's what it's getting at. Just a little hint. And possibly to showcase that something really isn't right. Like that the simulation is failing right from the beginning. And it is, because Snake is here. And Snake isn't supposed to be here, apparently. The game begins with you following Snake into the plant. And he's not supposed to be a part of this simulation. So, yeah. He breaks the hole open in the fence and then you swim through that hole. Yeah, there are a lot of other cool details, but we'll get to those once we get into the game. But those are a couple of details in the opening scene that you might miss. Pay attention. All right, let's get into it.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The big shell. I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Calling teams Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the big shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the big shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEALs Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the big shell under complete control.
I love this intro so much.
Come in from downwind and pull up fast. Get ready to fast rope down to Shell 1. 5 minutes to ETA. Alpha, your top priority is to rescue and safeguard the President. Team Bravo, watch out for Stillman's back and get those C4s disarmed.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the big shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the big shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have 2 mission objectives. 1, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And 2, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the big shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the big shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
All right, here we are. Such a shift in tone. Almost jarring compared to the tanker. Wouldn't even really know how you describe it, just very dead feeling. The discussion between, like, it's such a contrast between Snake's relationship with Otacon. You know, they're out doing their own thing. They're free. And once we're playing as Raiden, it's like rigid control. Even the way the Colonel just starts talking about the suit and everything. Almost feels like the suit has some control over your being. And then you hear about Raiden and his blood isn't even real. He's using artificial blood, and then you have all these little details in this area as well that makes this whole place seem like it's, like the whole place has been staged. We head over here and take a look at these diving suits.
Colonel, there's a gym suit.
Looks like a high barometric pressure diving suit. By maintaining barometric pressure within the suit, It should allow its wearer to carry out work at sea depths of as much as 300 meters, but it doesn't look even remotely usable. It's a very old model.
Yeah, and it's rusted all over. It doesn't even look like it's been used.
Right, that diving suit doesn't look like it works. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Little Chief, thank you for the 4 months. Oh, I think I missed someone else's resub a bit ago as well. Sorry, I can't access my Outer Heaven Streamlabs at the moment. I'm probably missing the occasional resub. I apologize for that. Thanks a lot, everyone. I didn't want to pick up the shaver. I did this last time as well. Although that does mean we'll be able to see the difference in the dialogue. So yeah, fuck it. I'll start over from the plant only after we get through this first area. And then you can see how the dialogue is different if you just select the plant without having played the tanker first. Because you get some slightly different dialogue at the beginning there. I think they patched it to work, Hal, but I am playing without that patch, I'm pretty sure. Another thing here, I think this is probably Snake's handiwork here. See, look how the vent is busted open? And you have all these bugs scattered around. And if you remember later on when we meet Pliskin, you see one of the sea lice crawl from underneath him, implying that he was down here with the bugs. Also, if you're playing on normal, you can find a gun in there. I think you can find the M9 in there on normal. What is the shaver for? You can give it to Snake, and he'll shave his beard. I mean, maybe that was set up like that for us by the Patriots, but I have a feeling that was probably Snake. The way he cuts open the hole up above in the fence. Just, it would be fitting with the rest of the shit that he gets up to around here. Time's out for you with the 2 months in a row as well. Thank you. Another cool detail here as well is Fat Man's final bomb. Check that out. And if you remember, you need to freeze all of Fat Man's other bombs for this one to activate. And that's why it's not flashing. You know, it'll be flashing when we come down here later. That's because we need to trigger this. Yeah, it's already there. It's all set up and ready to go. Really cool how it's not flashing. That's the coolest thing about it. Obviously, it would be kind of silly if it was flashing, but still. Just a cool little detail.
Look at all these bugs. The seawater is polluted with crude oil, and yet they can still survive.
It's an altered bug that can resolve crude oil.
Altered?
Yes, through genetic engineering. It was created in the lab to combat frequent oil spills. It doesn't exist naturally. The bug is genetically altered with DNA from a bacteria called Pseudomonas, which can decompose crude oil. It has an enzyme in its body that can break up oil, and was modified so it instinctively consumes any crude oil that it absorbs. One of the reasons the Big Shell has little oil pollution is because of this bug. It also helps in reducing costs and the number of spill maintenance workers. It's a form of bioremediation. It's for the most part innocuous, so no need to be worried. Those bugs have ravenous appetites. Be careful that they don't end up eating your rations. Shake your equipment to protect the items from sea lice.
Okay, Colonel. So even the bugs are altered. Very little that's real about this place. Right from the get-go. If we go over here and look at the submarine as well. You know, the diving suits don't appear as if they've been used. Fake bugs. What about this submarine?
Raiden, over there is the submarine for deep sea dives. It is apparently used in repairing submerged areas of the Big Shell and for studying deep-sea ecosystems and changes in water quality. It can dive to depths of around 500 meters at a maximum speed of roughly 3 knots. In addition to its normal water-resistant lighting, it is also outfitted with lighting resistant to muddy water. I doubt that you'll get it to work, though. That submarine is not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Doesn't pose any threat.
Raiden, you should be used to the controls by now. Proceed with your mission. The clock is ticking. Get on the elevator on the far side of this area and get to the upper section of the Big Shell.
This is an interesting contrast to Snake and Otacon as well. Like, you never get calls like that at the start of the tanker. Stop moving around and examining everything. You might figure out what's actually going on here. We can't have that happen. Let's see, what else can we get here? Let's call him again, and we should get the call about his fake blood. Another cool little detail as well is the signal bars on the codec. See how it's kind of shaped like a pistol, pointing at Raiden? It's not shaped like that on the tanker. It's shaped the same as MGS-1. It's like it's just, you know, it has a natural flow to it. And on the plant, it's a gun pointed to your head, because that's what you are, basically. You're a hostage to the Colonel's demands in this game. Especially, it's especially fitting at the very end of the game, when he literally has a gun to your head. Not literally, but, you know, where he's really, where you really are a hostage to his demands. Don't follow our orders, Rose dies. Your child dies. Olga's child dies.
Raiden, first get to the upper section of the Big Shell. Take the elevator in the north end of the area. To get to the elevator area, go through the connecting passageway to the north. The passage is behind a watertight hatch.
Literally metaphorical, exactly. Not literally at all. Whitefire, thank you for the 42 months in a row. Cheers. Spoilers all the way, man.
You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select
that isn't concerning at all.
Items. You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result.
Anything else, Colonel?
The punch is the basis of hand-to-hand combat. Push the punch button. Hit it repeatedly to do a combo and take out the enemy. Unlike in VR training, you can fight in first-person view also. Use that to your advantage.
So here's my argument against the tanker being Raiden's VR, or your experience of the tanker being Raiden's VR, is that here he clearly states that unlike in VR training, you can now punch in first person, and he has several calls like this. He says it every single time he mentions a new mechanic that you could not perform in MGS-1 or VR missions. And obviously, in the tanker, you can do all these things. So I think Raiden really experienced some kind of shitty PS1 tanker mission. I would love to play that PS1 tanker mission, but I don't think he experienced the tanker we experienced. We got this next-gen tanker experience. He was, you know, he was still using those basic MGS1 actions. Couldn't even aim in first person. Struggling to choke anyone out without getting an alert. But they really do make you question that, because as I'll show later on, if you start off with just the plant, the Colonel will say, all right, Raiden, this is your first infiltration mission. And if you've done the tanker mission first, he will say, all right, Raiden, you've already covered infiltration and VR training. Which really does imply that the tanker that we just played was VR. But again, it doesn't really, whether it was or not, it doesn't really affect the story that much. You know, because we know he did experience it. But it is interesting to think about what was and what wasn't a part of Raiden's VR. But yeah, it's cool. Just another one of those things that makes you wonder. Anything in here? Can we not even get a ration? Let's take a look in here, actually. There might be a ration. Otacon and Snake tell Otacon later that his VR experience probably wasn't very similar to the real thing. Yeah. And here you can see the Colonel was telling the truth about the sea lice. If you crawl around the sea lice, they will eat your rations. Thankfully, I don't have any rations equipped right now. And you do have to shake your items to get rid of them, like this. And there they go. Pretty cool. Very similar to the mechanic in Metal Gear 2 on the MSX, where a snake can get into your items and eat your rations. It's actually cooler in Metal Gear 2 because you can see the snake, you know, crawl around your item menu. But yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, I feel like that had to be Snake. He crawled in there, a load of lice got stuck to him, and that's why you see the lice later on crawl underneath him. Some really weird details here, which are only in the HD collection. On the door there, it says Metal Gear 2, Guns of Patriots. Not Metal Gear Solid 2, not Guns of the Patriots. Guns of the Patriots was MGS 4. Metal Gear 2, Guns of Patriots. I have no idea why that's there. And if you look up here, it says Metal Gear Solid 2, Guns of Patriots. Why is this here? I think there are other ones as well that say like Tank Hangar and certain areas from MGS1 and things like that. You couldn't read these at all in the original game on PS2. There is like a depiction of text on it, but it's completely unreadable. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to do there.
To get to the elevator area, go through the connecting passageway to the north.
Yeah, Blad, I kind of wonder. I feel like some kind of Blue Point shenanigans. I don't know.
Move in close to the enemy. Move in behind the enemy and put...
There's an example of some of the re-recorded dialogue for the HD collection. You could tell his voice was like way deeper.
Right. Push the R2. Once you see the codec screen, right. When you're flattened against a corner, you have the ability to survey the scene behind you while staying concealed. This is called the corner view. Use it to find an opening in their surveillance and move ahead undiscovered. Strafing is allowed, unlike in VR training. Peek by using the L2 and R2 buttons, and make jump-out shots with the weapon button. Take advantage of the different options.
Unlike in VR training. Unlike in VR training.
Flatten yourself against the wall and push the punch button to knock and create a diversion. You can trick the enemy into coming over to investigate. Deception should be one of your strong points. Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman?
What? That was a sly jab, Colonel. What did you mean by that? And what's really crazy about that call is that it's a twist on the exact same tutorial call in MGS1. If you repeatedly call the Colonel at the start of MGS1, he will eventually tell you about, like, distracting guards and knocking on the wall, or whatever the hell he was talking about there. And then Naomi butts in, and she says, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" And Snake responds by saying, "Oh, only with a beautiful woman," or something like that. I forget exactly what the line is. But yeah, he also uses the phrase "beautiful woman" with sort of teasing Naomi, I guess. But Naomi, the way Naomi says it, it's kind of like she's, you know, I think it's supposed to be related to her hatred for Snake. It's like an early example of her disdain for Snake. Early foreshadowing that there's more to Naomi's character with the whole thing with Grey Fox and all of that. So I think that's supposed to be... This is supposed to be doing the same thing here with Raiden and his relationship with Rose and all of that. So they're drawing parallels between Snake and Raiden, and Snake's relationship with Naomi and Raiden's relationship with Rose, by taking the same dialogue and just like twisting the context of it slightly. It's really weird, but very cool. You know, to take such a just like a random bit of tutorial dialogue and, you know, twist it. Yeah, that's it, Vatinius. You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake? Only beautiful women like yourself.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gerlukovich man.
Gerlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
Yeah, I need to change that MooBot command. Hold on 1 second. MooBot has changed since I last used it. Hold on, I have no idea how to navigate this thing. Fuck it, I'll come back to it during a cutscene. I have no idea where the commands are now. Alright. But yeah, like when Naomi says that, she's responding to what the Colonel is saying about distracting the enemy. You know, it's just a harmless tutorial call up until that point. And then Naomi butts in, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" In referencing tricking the enemy and the tutorial, but also sort of just aiming a dig at Snake, implying that there's something more to their relationship. And the Colonel does the same thing here. Deception should be one of your strong points, right? Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman? Here you can see it says tank hangar. And some form of Metal Gear something or other above it. Just trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to do in that last area. I don't think so. Metal Gear Solid Snake, is that what it said? Love it. Snake filling the Grey Fox role here.
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
The Soliton radar? True. That radar came in useful during VR training.
A radar system uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high, should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
All right. Before we do anything, let's call the Colonel again.
Colonel, I remember this place.
Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions.
You're right. I see it now.
You may not have field experience, but you've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. Don't give in to fear. Just do as you were trained and everything will be all right.
This is level 1 of the VR missions. Oh yeah, I see it now. Did that not make you a bit concerned, Raiden, instead of reassured? But yeah, Raiden is seems to be reassured once he knows it's similar to level 1 of the VR missions. And it is very similar to the first VR mission, where you start off at the bottom left of the screen, you have an obstruction right above you, you need to move to the left, and then up and to the right. At the top of the screen is the finish line, the goal, which in this case is the node, which is also colored blue, just like the goal in VR missions. Obviously, it's also similar to the first area in MGS1, the dock with the forklift right beside the elevator. Not in the exact same place, and the whole area is quite different, but yeah, still very reminiscent.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against them.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
All right, so I don't think the Colonel is telling the truth there about the weapons. I think you can fire their weapons. It's just that this is designed to mirror Shadow Moses, which was all OSP. And you are only authorized to pick up weapons where they are placed specifically by the Patriots. As everything you're doing is, you know, it's already been set up. It's all a simulation. I don't necessarily mean virtual reality simulation, but a simulation. And I'll expand on that idea later. I have something big to back that idea up. Okay. So now we're actually going to go back the main menu and restart because I don't want to pick up the shaver. And I'll get to show you how the dialogue is different at the beginning if you just choose the plant. Back to the title screen. Big if true. Yeah, no, I think it's pretty obvious that that's the case. But you'll see, it's in an optional call that's very easy to miss. Which I think heavily implies that you can, in fact, fire those guns. And you can also, you know, Raiden does fire the gun in that scene where you first meet Pliskin when he says, "What are you waiting for? Shoot," and he can shoot that gun. Although you could say that maybe that wasn't one of their guns. Maybe that was a gun that Snake acquired by himself. But yeah, aside from that, I'll show you an interesting optional call that I think backs up that idea. Grab, hello. How much dialogue does it change? Not much, not much. Talikos, thank you for the 11 months. As far as I know, anyway, Christo. This isn't DRK, Grab. This is Dog. All of this dialogue is the same. It's just once he changes his name from Snake to Raiden.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant's struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the big shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. This will be your first sneaking mission. The arms will naturally have to be procured on site. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section
there you
of
go.
the big shell.
Quite
How
different.
do I get up to...
Nothing else is different. Just that little introduction. This is your first sneaking mission, as opposed to, all right, Raiden, you've already covered infiltration in VR training. Really weird. Really cool detail. Glad, thank you for gifting a sub to Ananananas. But yeah, I don't know, it's just sort of... Yeah, because I don't think the tanker we experienced was Raiden's. Because of what I was saying earlier about the tutorials. But those those two bits of information... Well, no, I was going to say contradict each other, not necessarily. But yeah, just sort of blurring the lines with the fourth wall, I think. Whether they're actually talking to the player or Raiden.
Colonel.
Because Raiden has experienced everything we've experienced. Now, he is partly an avatar for the player. My role... Then he literally assumes our identity when we put our name on the dog tags.
Colonel, there's definitely another
Show us the bomb? Why? I already showed you the bomb. We went over all of this shit already. I just restarted to show the one bit of dialogue that's different if you choose the plant first without having played the tanker. We've done all of this. I'm not skipping anything. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so this is where we were when we stopped last time. Some Easter eggs here. If we enter Kojima's name, we get his information. Same with Yoji Shinkawa. If we enter his name, we get his information. But in Yoji's name... And for some reason, you can't input the year in the HD collection. I'm pretty sure you could in the original version. On PS2. Changes. 1225, still Japan, obviously. I usually like to put Konami on the tags, just so Raiden throws away Konami at the end of the game. That always cracks me up. Fuck it, we'll do it again. No, never heard the name before. Anyone you know? No. Yeah, we can't go back to the year for some reason. I wonder why that is. I'm sure you could do that on PS2. Oh. Hey, what? Hey, there we go. And if you enter today's date, you get a happy birthday message. Oh yeah, we'll go back to quick change previous. There we go. Very similar to the Easter egg in MGS5 as well, where you also input your information at the start of the game.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now?
Let me explain about your Soliton radar system. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
Love the sound in the background here.
She knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack?
What?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th.
Fuck your rules, Colonel.
Special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well. I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
April 30th?
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
Ooh, I wonder if my strat is gonna work here. Wait! What am I doing?
I'm under enemy fire.
No, you're not.
Secure the perimeter.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. No alert phase. Bump, bump. Yeah, come down here, man. Come down here. Come down here. Come down here. Check out that body. Check out that body. Yo, come down here. Come down here.
It's him. Everyone, stay on guard.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
I love that short scene of him coming up in the elevator, that the sound effects. Something just so
Colonel,
surreal about
I'm on
it.
the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the president?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment. First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
Hey, I found the custom commands on MooBot. Hold on. Oh, and I need to reload my own Streamlabs. Hold on. Whoa, whoa, hold on, hold on. All kinds of things are happening behind the scenes here. Be right back. All right, we're ready to go. My mic just disconnected there as well. Okay, I think we're good. Hopefully I don't sound like a robot. I might sound like a robot. I hope I don't. All right. I think I'm ready. Yeah, I love the music that plays there when he's rising up in the elevator. The weird cuts, you know, and just Raiden being revealed for the first time. Obviously, the parallels to MGS1. Something just really surreal about it that I love. Like, what the hell is going on? Like, it builds to this crescendo. Get our bandage. Obviously, the daylight VR training thing. In MGS1, when you come up in the elevator, it's night. and MGS1 takes place at night. None of the VR missions are during the day either, so that's what they're getting at there. This is all new. The very end of MGS1 takes place in daylight, but that's just for the cutscenes. There's no gameplay in daylight. And there's Snake. That's where he cut through the fence yet again. How would we be here if it wasn't for Snake? What would we have done? You know, he's not supposed to be a part of the simulation, but he seems to be key. Would we get through the simulation if it wasn't for Snake? Let's call the Colonel again.
Raiden, the elevator's gone down. There's no need for you to return to the deep sea dock. Proceed with the mission.
Okay, Colonel. I will proceed with the mission.
If you see an approximately waist-high railing, push the action button near it.
Fuck you. Oh, there should be some relevant calls here.
According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the President was sighted on Strut B. Raiden, head for Strut B. It's to the northwest of Strut A, your current location. Cross the connecting bridge between Strut A and B. You can get to the connecting bridge from the first floor. Get down from the roof to the first floor. The node is on the first floor of Strut A. Don't forget to log in. Understood?
Yeah, that's what I like about this whole part of the story where Snake isn't supposed to be a part of the simulation. I like how he's there, like, before it even begins. Before the plan chapter even begins, he leads you into the place. You know, you dive through the hole that he cut open. Yet he's not supposed to be a part of it. How would we get through if it wasn't for him? How would we get through here? Both of these doors are locked. It's interesting as well when you go through the door and go inside for the first time, that triggers a guard to come up here and actually open this gate. But if you wait around, he'll never come. You have to go inside before he actually opens up these doors. Just a cool detail. Climb over it? You can't climb over objects like that in this game. Only waist-high crates like this. It's against the rules to climb over gates. Good lord. We couldn't possibly climb over that. Kojima would never humiliate Snake like this. Although technically in the Snake Tales missions, you can slip with Snake. That's some good looking bird shit as well. That's very realistic looking. Keep it coming. I'm not satisfied. There we go. That right side of the screen was feeling lonely there. Come on, go for the left. We need a bit more on the left. Hey, there we go. Now we're nice and messy. Come on, a bit more on the bottom right there. I think it stops after a while. Maybe it doesn't. I don't think you can cover the whole screen. Because I'm pretty sure I've tried. Oh, this is getting pretty messy though. Hold on. Go on, bottom right. Maybe you can. Yes! Oh, that's nasty. Come on. Is there a call about getting shit on? I don't think so, no. But there is a call about getting pissed on later on. Come on, bottom right. Bottom right. Don't worry, dog. You can wash it off with some piss later. Yeah. It's a shame it doesn't affect his model. Like when we come out of first person, his face will look fine. That'd be nasty. And then if it actually affected cutscenes as well, you'd trigger a scene and he had bird shit all over his face. That'd be great. Oh man. But I'm sure if they could get that kind of, if they could get a good level of detail, they probably would have done that. But it was probably too hard to get decent looking bird shit on the actual model. But if this game was made a few years later, maybe that would have actually happened. Alright, I think we're done now. I think they've stopped. Yeah, this is all part of the simulation. Oh, I think I saw more bird shit there, but I didn't hear it hit the screen. This is going to be a lovely thumbnail. This is going to attract all the new viewers. Alright.
Raiden, look at that wire fence. You may be able to crawl through it. Crouch down using the crawl button. Then push the left stick in the direction you want to move. Push the crawl button again to stand up. You can use weapons even while crawling. This is different from VR training, so you keep that in mind.
Frost Cup, thank you for the 5 months. And again, it's worth reiterating, that change of voice, that's not intentionally done as a part of the story to tie into the Colonel being an AI or whatever. That's actually re-recorded dialogue for the HD collection. I'm not sure why they re-recorded some of the dialogue. They did it in MGS3 as well, and it's all tutorial dialogue. And there's not much of it, so don't worry about that. But I think it was... So, because this game was multi-platform, I think it was just so all of the different versions would have the same tutorial dialogues when it came to controls. I think that's why they did it, because it was only tutorial dialogue that was re-recorded. This was on the original Xbox as well, yeah. But yeah, I don't know, it's weird. Citric Cat, thank you for the 7 months. For some reason, they re-recorded the lines with the sticks, so he doesn't say analog stick anymore. Is that what it is, Brand? Is it for all of the calls where they specifically mention analog sticks? That's weird. Yeah, I don't think they changed any of the dialogue for Peace Walker. But for MGS2 and 3, they did for a few specific tutorial calls. There's another call we can get here if we look down at the fence and call the Colonel again.
Colonel, don't you think it's strange that the fence is missing this spot right here?
Yes, I do.
You don't think that he got away?
It's possible. Be on the alert.
Roger that.
Again, acknowledging that it was Snake. Or that other intruder. The other intruder in here besides me. Snake's filling that Grey Fox role. You know, because he almost seems like he's a part of the simulation. That's the thing. You've all these other characters who are stand-ins for characters from MGS1. Then you have Snake perfectly filling this role. This Grey Fox role. He's already taken out 3 people. Those 3 people at the bottom of the... in the dock area. Just like Grey Fox. Then he has that Miller role as well, 141.80, where he serves as your mentor.
According to the SEAL Team 10's... I see a lot of birds over there. The tanker accident 2 years ago released crude oil containing massive quantities of endocrine disruptors.
I saw them as well, Colonel.
The fish that absorbed them were then eaten by seagulls, which further concentrated the endocrine disruptors in their bodies. What sort of outcome this will lead to is still currently under review and is yet unclear. It just goes to show that finishing the cleanup of ocean oil spills does not mean that environmental restoration efforts end there as well.
Ocelot said that the real Solid Snake showing up wasn't part of the plan, but wasn't given the real plan to begin with, yeah. And it's the Colonel who repeatedly says, like he repeatedly says it about Snake, he's not a part of the simulation. He is an unknown factor. But that could just be a part of the simulation. Him saying that could be a part of the simulation, you know? It's interesting because they do certain things, like there are little things that they do just to put more pressure on Raiden, just to make him more stressed, to see if he can handle that additional stress, like the hostages that were shot. You know when they bring that up? That they shot 2 of them on the roof, so we could see it, just so we could see it as clear as day. Like that's there were no hostages shot. That was just something they made up to put more pressure on Raiden. Because when you get to Ames and Raiden asks Ames about the hostages, he's like, huh? I didn't hear anything about that. Again, maybe Ames just didn't know about it, but I don't think so. I think what they're saying there is that there were no hostages that were killed. Alright, let's get inside.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
The changing of tutorial dialogue probably has to do with controller terminology for official documentation on PlayStation. They're called analog sticks, and on Xbox they're called thumbsticks. So it seems that they went with just stick to cover both platforms. Yeah, I figured it was probably something like that, Jankal. I just didn't know exactly why. But yeah, that sounds like a good explanation. I'd buy it. And no, Ocelot didn't send out for Snake. Like Ocelot says at the end. He understands everything, except for the appearance of the real Solid Snake. And then after that whole big reveal, the Patriots tell you, Ocelot was not told the whole truth, to say the least. That's what they say about Ocelot. Alright, let's go in. Don't think there's anything over here, just a little hiding spot.
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay?
Understood.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it.
The thing about Fat Man being nuts, it was kind of a part of the simulation, but it kind of got derailed. And it was a concerning point. I really like what they do with Batman. There's a really clever little metaphor. Right after you beat Fat Man and the ninja appears, the first thing that the ninja says is, "You passed with flying colors," which is a phrase you might have heard in school. You aced the test. You got an A. You passed with flying colors. Like we just completed an exam. And later on, when Ocelot is explaining the S3 plan, he says, "Fat Man, he was one of our own people, a sort of examiner that we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise proper." I love that line, how it ties right back into what the ninja said about him passing with flying colors. A sort of examiner we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise proper. Really cool. Fuck knocking on walls.
Got one, I see. Don't leave him lying around. Hide the body as soon as possible. When his comrades come back from the roof, you don't want him being found. If they do find him, they'll be on the alert and things can get difficult. When you take a hostile down, hide the body where a patrol is unlikely to come around. You can drag an enemy personnel's body. This is how to do it. First, walk up to the body, and with all weapons deselected, press the weapon button to pick it up. As long as you have the weapon button held down, you can move around with the body in your grasp. Release the weapon button to let go of the body.
Let's hide him then. Why not? But yeah, like, the start of the plant mirrors MGS1 quite heavily. With the intro swimming in, the way you're given your little mission briefing, the two objectives and all of that. I still put him in here? I can. But then, once the bomb disposal section starts, it doesn't really feel like MGS1 at all. Again, that's because it's an exam before you're allowed to tackle the real exercise. And then, once the bomb disposal section is over, we're back to MGS1. We meet Ames, who is a stand-in for for the DARPA chief. And then we meet the president, who is a stand-in for President Baker. So yeah, it really does line up with what Ocelot says. you know, before letting him tackle the exercise proper. And then, of course, the exercise begins properly after that Fat Man fight.
Logging into a node will permit you to use the radar and the overview map of the area. You will also be able to access other functions such as option changes. Customize the settings according to your needs.
Colonel, do you think the terrorist ringleader is really Solid Snake?
Yes, I do.
But during the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
a hero?
Yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake is the terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent you can't underestimate. Understood?
It changes people. It almost seems a little too obvious there with that call. But I've watched a lot of people play this game for the first time, and they're so confused by so many different things that are going on that most people really still don't get it, even with that call right there. Which is understandable, I guess. You know, I've seen people certainly question the Colonel at the start of this game, but they don't usually jump to the idea that he's an AI right from the start.
Raiden, radar utilization is key. The ability to check the enemy's movements and field of vision through the radar will be indispensable in a sneaking mission. But don't be so reliant on the radar that you miss the obvious. Always check your surroundings in first-person view as well.
I don't usually get these calls, because I don't usually use the radar. Cool. Wonder if there are any interesting calls related to the radar. Francie, thank you for the 2 months. Cheers. I don't think I heard this call in my first playthrough. Yeah, a lot of people just won't hear it. But it's not like a well-hidden call. It's one of the, if you call the Colonel a few times at the start of the game, you'll get that one. And it doesn't even have to be right at the start of the game. You're given a lot of time to get that call. Like, you can get that call all throughout the bomb disposal section as well, I think. But when you're replaying it and you know everything, that call does seem very on the nose, like you said. But on a first playthrough, not as much. And it is optional as well. I want to get a certain call here, and I'm not triggering. Hold on.
Nodes are the terminals of the Operation Support Computer Network for the Big Shell. Of course, only Big Shell staff can gain access, with their job description determining their system authority and access. I installed a program in your nanomachines that automatically enters the passcode for unrestricted access. Press the Action button in front of the node to activate it. Use the node by pressing the Action button in front of the terminal.
I don't even know if that's intentional, but I really like that call. Just Colonel Roy Campbell installing programs in people's nanomachines to allow them to bypass security clearances. And since when the hell was Roy Campbell some kind of tech wizard? I don't know, maybe everyone can just install programs into people's nanomachines by this point in the timeline, but I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think Roy Campbell was that kind of guy. So I kind of wonder if that's supposed to be another little hint, or just, you know, a tie-in. Roy Campbell. Lad.
Raiden, watch your back. That's a cipher, a type of UAV. If it spots you, it will alert enemy personnel. Exercise extreme caution. But you can use chaff to set up an interference field. That'll knock its sensors offline for a while. Try to locate some chaff. You can also destroy the engine or the camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed. Be careful.
Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president. Is he safe? He is safe. What about the package? Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money. Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home. Roger that. Holy! Alpha Zero, report. Damn it, cover the president! Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that... Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the president's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
Hybrid, thank you for the 10 months. Much appreciated. Cheers. And yeah, what Jankal was saying about the Lali Lule Lo term, someone was asking about that. He's dead on there. That it's supposed to be a phrase that is impossible to utter, really, but it doesn't really translate to English very well. Because in the Japanese alphabet, let's say, there is either a letter for L or R, one or the other. I'm not exactly sure how to explain it. But yeah, it's weird. Oh, should I wait here? It's also supposedly a term used by Americans in World War II to test for Japanese spies? What? That's the first I've heard of that. Any source? Go. Really? He's right? I've never heard anyone mention that before.
Nothing here.
Wow, cool. Hold on. 1 second. Yeah, so, hold on. So the English L sound just doesn't exist in the Japanese alphabet, making Lali Lule Lo impossible to speak. And in Japanese, you can have a sound that is either L or R, depending on the word, depending on the locations of L or R in that word. With the English L just being impossible to utter, basically. And that's why Japanese have a lot of trouble when they speak English getting their L's correct, getting their L's and R's correct. I think that's what the idea was. But that other thing was interesting, whatever you were talking about there as well. Their L is something in between an English R and L. Right, right. Yeah, like I'm not too well versed in Japanese. Hold on, one sec. That's why you get a lot of typos in Japanese games as well, where there are L's where there should be R's, and where there are R's where there should be L's. Nilo Angelo, yeah. The Lawrence Livermore Labs. So here we get our first weapon, our M9, and we can get some more ammo. And we can also get a pretty interesting call here as well, related to the weapons.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the SEAL said? The President is in trouble. Head for Strut B. Strut B is to the northwest of Strut A. First, make your way to Strut A on the double. The President's life is at stake here. Raiden, I see you found a weapon.
Why are there weapons here of all places? The big shell is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right?
The terrorists probably brought it in with them.
Dunno. Looks like it's been here from before them.
What are you saying?
Raiden, there is no time for armchair theories. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Roger that.
I love that call. So that's what solidifies my opinion on that whole thing about the weapons being ID locked. They're not, I don't think they are ID locked because, it's just a lie that they make up. So Raiden can pick up the weapons where he's authorized to pick them up. And that was another line that was different as well. If you choose the plant before playing the tanker, he said one of the colonel's lines in that first codec call was, "Naturally, this will be procure on site." Just naturally, because that's how we did it before in VR. That's how you did it in MGS1. That's why you're doing it like this, because this is a simulation and it's set up to be done in a very specific way. You pick up the weapons here. You don't pick them up from enemies. That's not allowed. So they came up with this whole story that they're ID locked when they're actually not. And Raiden questions them in a similar way to that call as well. Earlier, he's like, but these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality? Oh, well, these are professionals we're dealing with here, and I'm sure they wouldn't have their own weapons be used against them. Right, okay. Usually when Raiden seriously questions something, he has a point. And they usually lie when responding to him. There's no time for armchair theories, and obviously they're hiding something there about the use of weapons. Go! Go, 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 go. Really easy to miss that call as well. I wonder if you can get it on normal mode when you find... Because I think on normal you can find the M9 down in the docks. But if you wait until the bomb disposal to get the M9, you won't be able to trigger that call. You have to get it straight away. If I went to Stillman and then came back to Strut F to get that weapon, I wouldn't be able to get the call. I guess we'll get the radar. It's obvious. It obviously was just a technical thing and not actually a plot thing. Well, they turn it into a story thing here. But yeah, it probably was. Well, I wouldn't say it was like it's like a game balance thing, you know? It would kind of ruin the balance of the game if you could just pick up every enemy weapon. So they had to make that fit into the story as well. You know, that Snake is this, you know, it's always on-site procurement due to some blah, 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 blah. And then in this game, they tried to make it a bit more relevant story-wise to tie into the fact that it's all a simulation. Oh, you were trying to make some other point entirely, Westlake. Okay.
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
Hanging? I couldn't do that in VR. Ah! I had a feeling that was a little bit too close to the side. Nope. Sorry. Turn around. Turn around. I could have just went back and shot him. Oh. Please don't come through this door. Ha! It's okay. It's okay. You heard the alert sound, but that didn't actually count as an alert. It was just in time. Although, even if that was an alert, I think it would have went back to normal here because we're about to trigger a cutscene, and that's what usually happens. Ray Fox in the Corridor of Blood from MGS1. I love the whooshing sound effects in this game.
What's going on? Alpha, respond!
Are you?
Five today. Or rather, 6.
Get down! Where is he?
Strange smell. You smell like... Are you?
It has to be. Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
I love that, how he's speaking at normal time. In normal time while the magazine is moving in slow motion like he's in a separate reality or something.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced...
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
I love this,
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
Oh my god. A million snakes.
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Right. What's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah. Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top-secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that. What's up?
Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after U.S. allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy. Take this, too.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero, currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The President is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come
Some
in.
bad dream.
This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
I love the look on Snake's face there. This kid. This bloody kid. Oh yeah, we get this little tutorial here as well. You don't get this if you've played Tanker Plant. If you play the Tanker before the Plant. So yeah, Snake's dialogue there, kind of similar to Miller. You need information about the flora or fauna, just contact me. You need information about this place or about Dead Cell. Contact me. The same frequency, 141.80. They both play a mentor role as well. And they both have fake identities. Obviously, Master Miller is secretly Liquid Snake. Pliskin is secretly Solid Snake.
Think you can shoot that thing?
Another cool detail as well is the scratch, the mark that Vamp leaves on Raiden's face. I think that's supposed to mirror what Wolf does to.
What are you trying to do, kid?
What Wolf does to Snake in MGS1. You know, when Wolf scratches Snake, now I've left my mark on you. I won't forget it till I kill you. I think Vamp is doing the same thing to Raiden. Though it isn't stated flat out. Is that scratch to stay for the whole game? No.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
No, you just see it's like it. You see Vamp reach out to Raiden's face, and then, you know, it's in slow motion. He reaches out, and then it quickly cuts to Snake, who comes through the door and starts firing. And then it cuts back to Raiden. Vamp is gone, and you see a scratch on his face. Same side of his face as well as Snake's in MGS1. I think even the way the cut is angled as well, it's just the way the cut looks is very similar. And you could say that Vamp is a stand-in for Wolf during that whole sequence with Emma, the whole sniping sequence. That Vamp is responsible for Emma's death in the same way Wolf was responsible for taking out Meryl. Although in MGS1 you have a choice. And there are quite a few little parallels to that part of the game as well before that whole sequence, with Emma literally speaking the same lines as Meryl. And the whole card 5 thing. Yeah, I think Vamp really is a stand-in for Wolf there. Grey Fox, thank you for the 9 months. Cheers.
What are you trying to do, kid?
But yeah, like the Dead Cell members in this game, they kind of take on multiple roles. Like I think Vamp is supposed to be a semi-stand-in for Mantis, the way he can read your movements. If you use auto-aim, you can't touch him. And I think he has one of Mantis's lines as well during that boss fight. I forget what it is. I think you have to shoot at him with lock-on, so he can dodge everything. And then I think he repeats one of Mantis's lines word for word. I'm pretty sure anyway. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. But I'd say it would have been quite different if we got all the Dead Cell characters in this game, because there was originally going to be 2 more bosses, Chinaman and Old Boy. Old Boy was originally going to be Big Boss's mentor as well, which then turned out to be the boss, and it's, you know, turned into a whole different thing in MGS3. But we were originally supposed to fight Big Boss's mentor in this game. How cool would that be? It was going to be, you know, some completely different character. Because we're like, because if Dead Cell are Foxhound stand-ins, we're missing a few characters, you know?
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Moron.
Wonder what his relationship with Solidus would have been like. Yeah, that would have been cool. Also, quite a bit of stuff had to get cut out because of 9/11, and not just the, you know, the Arsenal Gear sequence where it destroys the entire city, but from what I've read, quite a bit of other stuff got cut out too. It's interesting as well because, like, you have all these areas on Shell 2, all these struts that we never go to. And that may be because they just didn't have time. That probably is the case for a few of them, that they just didn't have time to do everything they wanted to do with fleshing out Shell 2. Or some of it might have been cut again because of that whole 9/11 thing. That whole 9/11 thing. Putting it mildly.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Oh yeah, there was talks of like canceling the entire game. Thankfully that didn't happen. It was a really big issue for Konami and Kojima Productions when 9/11 happened. Like, it caused chaos for them when making the game.
Moron. What are you thinking?
GTA 3 was changed as well because of 9/11 and almost cancelled. Really? He doesn't give a fuck anymore.
Raiden, I'm on your side. Raiden, I'm on your side.
Oh shit. Oh, I wanted to get a call in front of the handcuffed dude. But I won't be able to get it now because I won't be able to get near Snake. We can always get it later. Proto Gambit, thank you for the sub. Cheers. Change sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours. Really, Snake? Oh yeah, I could always trank him, couldn't I? Fuck. Shit! Hold on, hold on, hold on. Ah! Ah, fuck. I want to see if I can do something here. Hold on. Shit, I thought I could duck before he got me. You can hear Fat Man's bomb here. Shit! Fuck! Oh, 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 oh! Nice. Okay, we're good. We're good.
He's asleep?
Oh, I didn't mean to call him. Never mind.
The Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the president. Head for the BC connecting bridge.
He's asleep? Yeah. You put him to sleep, Raiden.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The president is most likely there as well. The BC connecting bridge is on the north side of Strut B. The president is in danger. Go now. Don't forget to log into the node in Strut B.
Oh yeah, I will.
The node for Strut B is on the south side of the transformer room. It's to the west of where you found the Navy captain.
Right.
Raiden, what reason could you have to shoot someone while they are sleeping?
I can't believe you. And he was on our side, right?
I strongly disapprove. Hurry up and return to your duties.
Now, this is interesting. The Colonel, who is very quick to say that Snake is not a part of the simulation, seems to care a great deal about Snake's survival and his well-being. He was on our side, right?
I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man. But the gun itself seems all right. However, it's not equipped with a suppressor. If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence. Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible. Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower. Combat must be avoided unless absolutely necessary.
Okay.
Raiden, don't dwell on what Pliskin said. The VR training you underwent is the best training program there is. There is no reason to be apprehensive. Be confident. Do you understand?
Hey, what's up, Garley?
You're currently using artificial...
We got that last time.
The punch is the...
Jack, it's me.
Everything okay, Rose?
Don't you need to save the mission data?
Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough? And we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
Onami Eyes. Some sort of concept art looking stuff there. Always reminds me of Fat Man's Suit. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Statue of Liberty.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen.
Don't let them take the president! Ready grenades! A dud!
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness? so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The president can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to Simulation 2?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire, too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
I hate the way he delivers that last line. I won't let you be just a dream. Da, 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 da. Should have been a bit more reserved. I guess it is a melodramatic sort of line anyway, but I feel like he went a bit overboard. Also, the way he says, like, some bad dream, it sounds almost identical to what the guy on the radio said to Snake in the previous scene. Which is kind of weird. Big Buds, thank you for the 30 months. Much appreciated. Did I pick up this stuff there? Yeah, Quentin Flynn is quite over the top, but I warmed up to his performance over the years. I've grown to enjoy it for the most part, aside from a few scenes, which I'm not so fond of. In the Japanese version, he's far more reserved, you know, he's not super hyper on edge all the time. Yeah, he's a lot calmer, but still obviously the same confused character, just not as on edge. Chisel, what's up? Cool Easter eggs here. but I play with Japanese voices. I would like to. Yeah, I really wish you could play this game in Japanese with English subtitles. I really wish I could do that. I wish I could do that with MGS 1, 2, and 3. It's such a shame that you can't. But yeah, maybe I will still anyway, just so you can get a feel for it. Oh yeah, I'm sure he is over the top on purpose. I just don't think it works that well in certain scenes.
Raiden, what are you looking at? Oh, I see. Rosemary.
What?
Could you excuse him for a moment?
My penis, huh? Colonel.
You know, so he can...
Oh, I get it. Jack, let me know when you're done, okay?
And now, if we kneel down and stare into the cubicle and call the Colonel again.
Raiden, I didn't know you had such weird interests. Not that there's anything wrong with that, though. Just that, well, it's a little weird.
Jack, I think that's a little weird.
His responses here. I'm just staring into the toilet. Blushes when you step away. And here's another example of Easter eggs unlocking other Easter eggs. If we get all of the toilet-related calls in the game, it will unlock another call at the very end of the game when the Colonel is tripping out inside Arsenal gear. There's a call much later in the game. What does he say exactly? Oh, I can't remember the dialogue. Who would have thought that someone who spent all that time messing around in the ladies' bathroom would make it this far? This is the end of the world. I think that's what he says. Something along those lines. Those sounds, yeah, if you lean into the posters, you will kiss the posters. Colonel, what do you have for him?
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the bombs before they make that move. The bomb disposal expert is somewhere in Strut C where you currently are. Locate him and request his assistance.
Colonel, do the terrorists have a Harrier?
Yes, an AV-8B Harrier II designed for the Marines. It is a V-STOL attack aircraft outfitted with a 25mm gun, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ground rockets. It's not something you want to try to take on in a SEAL helicopter.
Yeah, even more so if unprotected. Colonel, where do they get such a weapon?
I don't know.
Are they really just run-of-the-mill terrorists?
Relax, Raiden. Right now, just think about your mission at hand. Do you understand?
Vixens, hello. This area always reminds me of Metal Gear 2 as well. The bathroom and dining area in Metal Gear 2 on the MSX. Just a similar sort of setup. The way the tables look up there, those long tables. And the way the bathrooms are set up is fairly similar as well. With the men's on the left, the women's on the right, and then the the plants right below them. Probably not intentional, but maybe, I don't know. Kind of torn. You can break the reflections here as well. If you stand on your toes with L2 and R2, they didn't animate a reflection. For your tippy toe animations. You can look down on your own reflection. There's the strafe.
I can't believe you, Jack. Do you know what that place is?
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
Well, you never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom.
How do you know that?
You're the only one I know who would.
How do you know that?
You're like really strange.
How do you know that?
Rosemary, settle down.
But...
It's all right. Right. Rosemary is right. You should probably look someplace else. I can really sympathize with you there, though.
What, sir?
Nothing. Raiden, that's that. Return to your duties.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are unbelievable.
Not a chance.
I was really hoping we get the egotistical woman line there. Just loses his shit. You're a real egotistical woman. I'll come in here if I like.
Right, and that's long enough. Hurry up and get back to your duties if you've seen enough.
Jack, in retrospect, I'm really glad that I took this assignment.
Huh?
It's given me a chance to see you for who you really are. Goodbye.
All right. That was quick. Hey, Retro Helix, what's up? Why does Rose and Colonel even care? It doesn't make sense. It's just supposed to be silly fun. And it's calling back to the previous MGS game. There's just a thing about the woman's bathroom in Metal Gear games. It's this sacred place that you're not allowed to go near. Kind of like real life.
Freeze! Don't shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead.
All of them? Oh, that's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys. Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
I'm lecturer at Nav Scolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did. Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
An engineer?
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this. This is a C4 bomb. It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Here, take this with you. It's what they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I've established a link up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
I know Fat Man well. I know how into his own aesthetics he is.
Signatures?
Yes, on every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use this system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
Here?
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big Shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on Shell 1, another 6 on Shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of Shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card, issued to Shell personnel. The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Raiden, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The 2 of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Simplify. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And who dares wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by Kodak from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
Bit dramatic, but okay. I'll try my best, Stillman. I love how casual Snake is at the start of that scene when, Raiden comes in, points the gun at Stillman immediately. Snake comes in and he points the gun over at him. And Snake is just chilling. He walks past like nothing's happening. And then Stillman seems to see through Snake pretty quickly. As well, like when Snake puts his hand out to shake hands with him and Stillman just does nothing. Snake still plays it up pretty well though, because he just keeps talking after he refuses the handshake. And Raiden is just completely clueless the whole time. The very bottom of the food chain. Okay. I guess we'll go out onto the bridge first before we do anything. Kastek, thank you for the 40 months. Pliskin, who is this man on the bridge? No response, eh? Interesting. I love how he had several cardboard boxes on top of him there. I just peeled off 2 layers of cardboard box. Look, they're different types as well. Look at how brown that other one is. Such a cool detail. They didn't have to do that. But they actually put separate looking cardboard boxes on him as well.
I'm under attack.
Oh! Fuck you.
Communications with the CD connecting bridge of C.
Isn't there a camera in that little hallway that Snake ran past? Yeah, there is. Although I wonder if it's here right now. I think it is there right now. Although you can still run past it if you run at the right time. Yeah, it's there. Like if it's facing over there, you can... Ah! Don't show me the fucking cutscene! Jesus! MGS1 style with the first security camera. I wonder if it's possible to get spotted there. After that cutscene. if it just so happens to be pointing at you afterwards. You can't get spotted? Maybe you can't. You certainly can in MGS1. Cool. But gee, there's the Sons of Liberty flag. Solidus's flag marking his territory. Oh, maybe he's in here.
Freeze!
I kill this guy as well.
If you need to talk to me, use the codec. If you need to talk to me, use the codec. Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. No need to worry. No need to worry. No need to worry. Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. You need to go and take care of the C4s now. Stop bothering me. Lay off the knocking already. Stop bothering me. You need to go and take care of the C4s now.
Oh! Different sound effect. On that thingamajig. On that little panel there.
Stop bothering me. You need to go and take care of the C4s now.
Alright. What is an in-depth story playthrough exactly? It's a playthrough where I go through the game, showing all the cutscenes, obviously, but also all of the optional codec conversations, Easter eggs, also like commentary and analysis on certain things in the game. Yeah, combined with commentary on the story in certain sections. Basically showing everything that's in the game. Another optional call here. We call the Colonel.
Looks like there's a lot of stuff laying about. Make sure not to scatter.
Man, she was quick to come in there. Oh shit, what's going on? The stream is dead? Alright, we should be back. I guess you missed some dialogue. At least you heard my response to it. You missed the entire call? Well, shit, you're gonna have to miss it for good then. Bliskin, what are you up to?
Raiden, I've frozen the first bomb. How are you doing?
Nothing yet.
Pliskin, what was the exact location of the explosive?
The heliport. It was behind some cargo. Thought I was gonna have some trouble with the patrols, but it was an easy job.
I see.
What's the matter?
Nothing really. Pliskin, just don't let your guard down. Don't relax even after you think you've defused it.
I know that. Raiden, Shell 1's all yours.
Sure.
Okay, so there are quite a few optional calls to get through now. After that scene, you unlock quite a lot of them. Backstory for Dead Cell. Few Easter egg calls. I forget what they all are, but yeah, there are quite a few calls we can do now.
Tell me a little more about Dead Cell.
Dead Cell was a shadow unit within the SEALs organization.
Right. They handled surprise raids on vital government facilities, didn't they?
Yes. They were originally put together to check the nation's military security system. The unit was the brainchild of ex-President George Sears. Dead Cell was a secret unit positioned at the opposite end of anti-terrorist outfits such as Delta Force and SEALs.
Were they always a
group of madmen?
Yeah.
No. They got weird when Colonel Jackson, Fortune's husband, was sent to jail.
Sent to jail? For what?
Corruption. He misappropriated government funds.
Sounds like he deserved it.
That's what everybody else thought, except for the members of Dead Cell. They felt the colonel was falsely accused. Fact is, they took the case to the powers that be, but they never managed to reopen the case.
Was there any truth to their claim?
Who knows? Whatever the situation is, Dead Cell's name was tainted.
And Colonel Jackson?
He was being held at Leavenworth.
Was? Meaning he's been released?
Well, in a manner of speaking, the colonel's dead.
Oh.
Apparently, he lost the will to live and died in prison. The members of Dead Cell snapped with the loss of their leader. They underwent a radical change and became uncontrollable.
And that's why they undertook this terrorist operation.
Seems as good a reason as any.
Oh, yeah. We can get information on Dead Cell from both Snake and Rose. But it's interesting because when you call Snake, he can just tell you straight away. Raiden asks for some information. Tell me more about Vamp, and he tells him about Vamp. But if you call the Colonel, Raiden asks for information on Dead Cell, and Rose says, okay, I'm going to look up some information for you. And then I'll get back to you, or you get back to me. So you have to call her first to ask for information, and then you have to call again later to get the information. It's quite strange. Rose has to go to her database, whereas, Snake has this information firsthand. Just from what he's experienced and what he's learned. And I think Snake's information is a lot better as well, if I remember correctly. Like, it's a lot more fleshed out. But it's kind of interesting that they did that. Because it's not usually how it works with these games. One person is assigned to a specific role in the codec. They'll tell you about the weapons. They'll tell you, this person will tell you about the weapons. This person will tell you about the bosses or whatever. Tell you about the area that you're in. This person will save the game for you. But it's just weird that Snake and Rose both have this exact same role here.
Vamp is a member of Dead Cell. Born in Romania, his specialty is knives. But I guess you know that by now. When he was just a kid, he lost his family to a terrorist bomb that went off in a church they were attending. His body pierced by a crucifix, Vamp was buried under the rubble for 2 days before he was finally rescued. During those 2 days, he survived by feeding on the blood of his family to quench his thirst. That was how he acquired a taste for blood.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual.
What?
Rumor has it, Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph, the Marine Commandant who accidentally died 2 years ago. Scott Dolph was also the father of Fortune, the Dead Cell leader.
Fortune's old man? But Fortune and Vamp?
You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
All right.
As you say, Vamp and Fortune are very close. Not lovers, but very close.
Friends?
No, there's more to their relationship than that.
But Vamp was her father's lover.
Would it have been better if it was with her mother?
Well,
I don't really think they care what you think. Focus on the mission.
By the way, have you ever met the guy before?
No.
But he seemed to know you.
Right. Well, No, it can't be.
What?
Nothing. I told you the Dead Cell is a group of madmen. I wouldn't take anything they say very seriously.
So what he's getting at, I forgot to mention that actually last time. You know, when Vamp holds Snake up and he's like, you smell like, and you see, he says, you smell like, and you just see the letter S, ... What he's about to say there is, you smell like shit. No. He's about to say, you smell like Solidus. Because Snake and Solidus are both from, they both came from Big Boss. And Vamp obviously has this crazy sense of smell, some kind of supernatural smell. So he was able to tell that he was like Solidus. Another thing as well that makes a lot more sense in the Japanese version of the game. There's this whole part of the story. How do I even explain this? The confusion over the terrorist leader being Solid Snake, that whole part of the story makes a lot more sense in the Japanese version of the game. Because Solid and Solidus are both voiced by the same person. And you hear Solidus's voice several times before you actually see him in person. You hear his voice over the radio when you meet Olga. And you hear his voice during the scene with Ames, where you can see him behind the window, but you can't fully make him out. So that whole confusion over Solid Snake being the terrorist leader, that makes a lot more sense in the Japanese version. Because the player is, it's easier to get confused by it as the player. But in the English version, it's clear immediately that they're both different people. But in the Japanese version, that's not the case. You're supposed to be confused. Like, you see Pliskin for the first time, and you're like, okay, this guy is Solid Snake, obviously, right? It's clear as day. But then you hear the same voice talk to Olga over the radio. And then you see him communicating. You see the same voice communicate with Ocelot behind the window, and he's planning all these acts as the terrorist leader. So yeah, that whole part of the story just works better in the Japanese version. Although I still love John Saigan as Solidus in this game. But it would have been interesting to hear Hater play that villainous role as well, that more villainous role. Kai Mist, thank you for the 4 months. And Lucas, thank you for the 27 months. Cheers. That scene where Olga and Snake seem to turn on you must be a real mindfuck in the Japanese version. Well, that's after you find out that Solidus definitely is a different person and that they both have the same voice. So that wouldn't really change that scene. Because once you get to the Harrier fight, you see Solidus. Solidus is revealed. Solidus and Solid are both in the same scene together, and they both have the same voice. So, yeah. There are differences in the Japanese version as well, though, with Olga's character, with the cyborg ninja. When the ninja repeats lines from MGS1, in the Japanese version, it actually plays those lines from MGS1. Like, it plays that audio. Which is pretty crazy. The voice completely switches back to the real Grey Fox from MGS1. Which is really weird. Oh, but in the Japanese version, you might think that the revelation of Snake and Solidus being different people was actually a false flag when you get to Snake's betrayal of Raiden. That is true, yeah. That is true. I never thought of that. So you might think, oh shit, is he actually Solidus? And is Solidus actually Pliskin? Or something like that? Well, I guess you would know that Solidus couldn't be Solid, right? Just because of the way he looks. You see him and you're like, okay, that's not Solid Snake. Maybe if they looked the same. But yeah, anyway, yeah, it could still fuck you up more, I guess. I remember on my first playthrough, that was such a huge moment. I was like, oh my god, Snake is the bad guy? No way. Even though I was like struggling to understand so much of the story my first time playing because I was 10 years old and, you know, I couldn't follow all the shit that was going on in this game at 10 years of age. Especially with all of the themes of information control and the internet and censorship and all that. You know, I had a dial-up internet connection. I barely used the internet back in those days. But yeah, and I was 10. Never thought Snake was the bad guy? You always thought he was doing it for a reason? Yeah, I didn't. On my first playthrough, I was like, oh my god. No way. Really cool moment, though. And even though I wasn't really understanding what was going on, like, I still got the overall gist of it. Even if most of the finer details were being lost on me. You know, I still remember enjoying the reveal of the Patriots and all of that. I still thought that was cool. But yeah, I remember just being very confused for most of my first playthrough. Like, just not really understanding what was going on. Like, you get to the Raiden section, which was a huge twist at the time. No one knew that you were even playing as Raiden. And I remember thinking that we'll probably be going back and forth on a pretty regular basis between both characters. Like, are we playing Raiden for good now? And then I saw Snake was in the game with Pliskin. I was like, oh, okay, so Snake is in the game. I guess we'll be switching back at some point to Snake, and then maybe we'll be coming back to Raiden, but no. But I kept thinking that the whole way through. I was like, when are we going to be switching back to Snake? And I guess that's what they wanted you to think as well. Like, even when you get to the Arsenal Gear section where you have to go up to fight the Rays and Snake has to fight Fortune, I bet so many people thought they were going to be able to play as Snake again there. Foolish to think that, really. Because it's so clear that that's, you know, a huge part of the story, that you're not Snake. But yeah, cool. That's what I thought Snake Tails were gonna be. Yeah, like they did pull the same thing again with Snake Tails. And Snake Tails was super meta as well. Like it commented on the whole backlash to Raiden's character, and just you know, put even more emphasis on it. What's that? What's the last Snake Tail called? External Gazer. That's really interesting. Where you're just stuck in this endless loop. There's some hilarious dialogue in that as well, where they some hilarious descriptions of Raiden and Rose. I can't remember exactly what they are. Like the King of Evil and the Princess of Hell. Let me introduce the King of Evil and the Princess of Hell, Raiden and Rose. It was something along those lines anyway. Was that on Substance? Yeah, it was. I thought it was amusing that Snake Tails' last chapter basically referenced the PS2 system itself. I can't remember that. specifically. Don't forget this. Hold on. Oh, Metal Gear Solid X. Yeah, that's what they called MGS2 on the Xbox initially, wasn't it? You can play as Solid Snake. Yeah. Oh, man. Good shit. I wish I could go back to that time now and just experience the atmosphere. Experience the build up to that game again and the aftermath. Let's call Snake again.
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up. It's safer to take out the enemy first, then look for the bomb. Don't even think about searching for the bomb while looking over your shoulder for the enemy. Knock them unconscious or take them out altogether first.
Get real. What do you know about that strange woman?
You mean Fortune? She's the Dead Cell leader. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson, known to her friends as Lady Luck.
Lady Luck?
Yeah, she got the name because bullets seemed to veer away from her in battle.
Oh.
People have heard her say that her fortune in battle was payback for the lousy luck she's had in life.
Lousy luck?
The death of her father, the Marine commander, the conviction of husband and Dead Cell leader Colonel Jackson. These events were followed by her mother's suicide, the loss of a husband, and the idea of a convict in the family apparently took her over the edge. Fortune was 3 months pregnant at the time, and the shock of her mother's death led to the loss of her child. Add to this her husband's death in prison a few months later, and to sum it up, in the 6 months after her father's death, she lost her family and everything that mattered in her life.
Jeez, she's had it rough.
Yeah. The thing is, she didn't grieve long. Instead, she joined the military.
Now why is that?
Do I look psychic? My best guess is revenge. I heard that she firmly believed that her husband was framed. Anyway, by the time she came out of basic training, she'd proven many times over that she was gifted with an unusual streak of luck. In fact, some say she sold her soul for it.
Her soul?
Her uncanny luck earned her a reputation that led to her appointment as the head of her husband's unit, Dead Cell.
That Metal Gear Solid X thing was a joke? I don't think so. I think that's what they were calling the Xbox version before they announced it proper.
Fat Man. Supposedly he's nicknamed after an atomic bomb, but to me, he's just a fat man. Something straight out of a sideshow. If he even has a bit of spare time, he spends it disassembling and assembling his Glock over and over again. He can't stand to have his hands still. He's extremely vain about his hands, keeps his fingers as slender and soft as a woman's. They say he's always looking at his hands, giving himself manicures.
It was going to be used as a real name at first, and EGM used it as an April Fool's joke. I see. But to me, he's just a fat man.
Pliskin, I saw someone wearing a cardboard box just now.
A box? I don't know anything about that. You sure you weren't imagining things?
Of course I'm sure. Do you think it's one of the members of Dead Cell?
How should I know?
I don't want to fight someone like that.
Why not?
Because it looks so dumb. Anyone who's willing to be seen like that must be completely insane. I mean, he's a psycho, there's no question about it.
Yeah.
Anything else for me, Snake?
Pliskin, what do you know about Stillman?
He's a bomb disposal expert. Probably the best in the world.
What else?
What do you mean?
Like why he retired.
Are you here to gossip?
No.
Really is like a
Then
child.
Get back to work defusing those C4s. If there's something you need to know about Stillman, go ask him yourself.
It's like a child excited to ask his parents about how the world works. Pliskin, what can you tell me about Stillman? So excited. On the edge of his seat. Desperate for information. What else do you have for me, Pliskin? Pliskin, how do I pee?
Pliskin, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team's been wiped out.
Is that right?
Is that all you have to say? I thought they were your comrades.
Yeah, too bad.
Too bad? Did you know they were used as a decoy to support my infiltration?
No, but it doesn't surprise me.
Man, you are cold. They were your friends.
What do you want me to say? That you killed them? Or do you want me to say it wasn't your fault?
I just...
Listen, kid, I don't have time to wet nurse you, or provide you with a shoulder to cry on. You got a problem with your conscience, you take care of it. Don't bother me.
Fuck, I love that call. They going in hard there. Whoa, hey!
There's somebody there.
I don't have any cardboard box, do I?
Freeze!
Freeze! Oh, hey, hold on. Want to get a call with Stillman.
Right. There's still C4 in the strut where you are.
Where?
All right, let me give you a hint. Look for a place that guys have never entered up to this point. A special place that guys have wanted to enter but simply couldn't. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. Oh, looks like you were in there already. My.
Why can't you just say it? Stillman's too scared to even say the words. Woman's bathroom. He's like going about it in the most roundabout way possible. A place that guys have wanted to enter, but I don't even know what he said. Place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. Go on then.
Raiden here. I took care of the C4 in Strut C. The ceiling of the women's bathroom was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this. There's something going on.
Is just that last part cut off if you don't enter up until this point? No, I don't think you can get the call at all. I think you had to have entered the woman's bathroom before meeting Stillman. Otherwise you can't get any form of that call. Oh shit, Hobo! Hobo, you donated $50. Doggerson Coon, it's always nice to watch these in-depth story runs. Thank you so much, Hobo. I hope you're still there. If he's not still there, he's always around anyway, so I can thank him properly later. Hobo, thank you very much. All right.
Ryden, Stillman is a top-notch explosives tech.
Why don't you do it?
Oh, what was that bit with Rose there? I think he might have asked her something. Ask for some information on Fat Man, I think.
Make doubly sure you...
Make doubly my ass.
Colonel, I just saw this guy go running by wearing a cardboard box.
A cardboard box?
Who do you think he was? A dead cell?
The dead cells are a bunch of weirdos, that's for sure. But they don't wear cardboard boxes.
I'll look into it.
I'm counting on you.
Oh yeah, she looks into this as well, and we have to call back later for her analysis on the man in the cardboard box. Hobo, you are there. Thank you again. Much appreciated, as always. Ultimantis, what's up?
Colonel, do you really think they'll blow up the big shell?
It's highly possible. We'll have to listen to their demands in full. They are pros. They won't hesitate to take the upper hand if they see an opening.
Do you plan on meeting their demands?
Absolutely not. You're the only person I can depend on. You must remove the explosives quickly. If the big shell explodes, massive quantities of chlorinated chemicals used in killing marine bacteria will go up in flames along with the crude oil. If that happens, expect a large amount of harmful chemical substances, including dioxins, to be released into the atmosphere. Dioxins are common nomenclature for polychlorinated dibenzodioxin and polychlorinated dibenzofuran. They are organic chloride compounds that are highly acute and toxic, and are powerful chemicals that can cause cancer, genetic disorders, and birth defects. On top of that, they do not decompose easily, nor dissolve in water, making it easy for them to accumulate within the bodies of living organisms. The environmental impact on the bay and coastal area ecosystem would be unfathomable. Environmental restoration would likely require several generations. That is why we cannot allow them to blow up the big shell. Ryden, you must disarm the C4.
All right, really? Okay. Absolute bullshit. Just absolute nonsense. Spewing out of his mouth. Thanks for the motivation, Colonel. Now I really want to save the world. Bloody hoax. Big Boy Fury with the tier 1 sub as well. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Cheers. Hold on, there might be more. As I said, there are quite a few optional calls to do here.
It's possible that...
Possible that a lot of things might happen, Colonel.
Make doubly sure...
Maybe that's it.
Colonel, who are Dead Cell?
They are pretty much what that guy Pliskin described them as.
A special forces unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to, but...
I know. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it. Good luck.
Colonel, who exactly is that woman?
Her name is Fortune. She leads Dead Cell.
Hang on a moment. I'll look her up for you.
Yeah, again. We have to ask for information on all of them
Tell
first.
me what you know about Fat Man.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'll look him up.
It's a weird detail. I guess it's interesting as well because this is your commander. This is where you're getting your official information, but yet Pliskin, the guy who isn't a part of the simulation, has all this information on hand to give you as soon as you ask him. Mr. Swirly, thank you for the 2 months in a row. Cheers.
Raiden, Rosemary has some information to report.
I looked into Mr. Peter Stillman's file. Full name is Peter Stillman, known as Peg Leg Peter. He is a legendary bomb disposal technician. He is also a longtime instructor at the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal and a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad. But 5 years ago, he lost his leg in an accident. And since then, he hung up his gloves to focus on being a lecturer. He was called back into service because, as he said, he is the only explosive specialist who can stop Fat Man. Although no longer an active consultant, he is still without a doubt the #1 guy when it comes to disarming explosives. He should be very helpful to you.
Yeah, it's like she's given us the Wikipedia answers. Snake is so much more colorful. He has a story to tell. Big Boy Fury with the $5 donation as well. Hold on. Been a fan of your streams for a while. Finally have money to show support. Huge fan of this game and love watching these OHN streams. Well, thank you very much, Big Boy Fury. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks a lot, man.
Raiden, Rosemary has something to report.
Jack, I looked into that guy a few minutes ago wearing a cardboard box, but...
Did you find anything?
No, there's no corresponding data in the files for neither Dead Cell nor Colonel Gorlukovich's private army.
How about as a surviving member of SEAL Team 10?
Of course I looked into that possibility too, but...
You didn't find anything?
No, I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help.
Wonder who the heck he was.
Raiden, be on the lookout.
You didn't get any alert there? Really? Maybe some issue with Streamlabs, I'm not sure.
Raiden, I trust that you don't actually believe what that guy Pliskin told you, right?
I believe him. There's something about him, like an iron will. Enough to trust.
Raiden. He's not included in the simulation. Don't trust him, ever. You got it?
Roger that.
Oh yeah, that was another interesting detail that I forgot to bring up earlier. After the scene with Fortune on the bridge, when the Colonel tells him to, go ahead to Strut B and meet Stillman, Raiden responds to him and he says, "Is this according to simulation 2? And the Colonel says, "What are you talking about? Just go and return to your duties," or whatever. Like Raiden knows that this is going according to some simulation, it seems. And is even reassured at the start of the game when it's brought up. When the Colonel is like, "This is level 1 of the VR missions. Just do as you are trained and everything will be alright." And Raiden is like, "Okay." And then, over the course of the game, he starts to question this whole simulation thing. Like, there you go with the simulation again. What are you talking about? With regards to Snake. So, while at the start he's reassured, after a while he starts to, break out of the brainwashing to some degree and starts questioning everything that's happening. Once he starts seeing more and more things that remind him of Shadow Moses. Matthew, what's up? How far are we into the game? We're still fairly early. I guess we'll be approaching the halfway point soon enough. Colonel, tell me more.
Rosemary researched Fortune for you.
Jack, here's the data I found on Fortune. She goes by Fortune. She leads Dead Cell. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson. 2 years ago, her father, Commandant of the Marine Corps Scott Dolph, was killed in a training accident. Her husband was the former Dead Cell leader, Colonel Jackson. Died in captivity, my data says. After her husband's death, she joined the military. She didn't have any combat experience, but was soon singled out for a particular trait and was reassigned to Dead Cell.
What trait?
Luck. She was real lucky, like miraculously lucky. Wherever she went, bullets curved away, and missions always ended in success.
Is that some kind of joke?
I thought so too, but there is not a single record of her ever being wounded, not even a scratch. Jack, be careful, please.
Yeah, I definitely do want to, at some point, right hand, for sure. And ABD, Zaro, I will be finishing the game today, yeah. It's going to be a big, long playthrough. We're doing all of the extra stuff.
Rosemary has completed her data search.
I looked up information on Fat Man. Fat Man, the emperor of explosives. You've already heard how he manufactured an atomic bomb at the age of 10. He appears to have been known throughout the world of explosives since he was a child. He entered the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal at Indian Head and graduated at the top of his class. That's around the time that he met Stillman. He was assigned to the Nuclear Emergency Search Team. He quit soon after, though. After that, he joined Dead Cell as an explosive specialist. He's been there ever since. Why didn't you ask Mr. Stillman? I'm sure he knows lots of other details about him.
Anything else? Wow.
Raiden, how is Pliskin doing?
Looks like he's doing fine.
Stillman said it too. There's something strange about that guy. Don't let your guard down. Understood?
There's something strange about you, Colonel.
Jack, I did a search on the Big Shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the Big Shell, oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal of the oil. You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those are piles to draw up the polluted seawater. Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A first, and all of the larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a 2-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility's structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure.
That's another really interesting detail there. What? I didn't use the database. I used a brochure, but she has been using the database to get us information on Dead Cell. Why not for the functionality of the shell? For the functionality of each strut? Is it because she's using Arsenal Gear's database and it's full of like the real information about the Big Shell and what it is, that it's just a cover for Arsenal Gear and that all of this is an act? And that the brochure is obviously what the public are receiving, which is lies, just like Raiden. They're being told the same thing as Raiden. Well, I have a feeling that's probably what they're getting at there. I'm in the... I might not be dead on point there, but I think that's more or less what they're getting at. You know, she's giving us the fake news. What kind of brochure is that? I don't know, but you know, the public does know about the Big Shell. Anything else, Colonel, before we go?
Make doubly sure.
No time for armchair theories. Yeah, I guess not.
It's possible. Make double.
Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Riding, another C4 down. There was one planted pretty high up on the ceiling. The coolant spray couldn't reach that far, so I had to get up on a stand to do it.
Pliskin, you seemed pretty focused on the Navy captain. Something catch your eye?
Yeah. Remember the handcuffs were cut? There was something on the other end of that.
Do you know what it was?
Well, no. Forget it.
What do you mean, forget it?
Just what I said. Forget it. Talk to you later, kid.
Never really thought too much about the Navy captain's role. You know, because Arsenal Gear being a Navy project under the Patriots.
Hey, Pliskin, were you really a SEAL?
That's what I told you.
But
what?
Nothing.
Listen, kid, you're on a mission. Thinking about anything else can get you killed. Shoot a fire
What's up, Jack? Hang in there.
Right, said something, yeah. Oh, I don't have a ration. I was hoping I could get the ration call with Rose. I guess we'll have to wait. Get out of here. 3 shots on the body will take out the cipher, or 1 shot on the camera, or the gun. Guess it depends on the cipher. Where the hell am I? What am I doing? Oh, I never went to the node here either.
Raiden, I'm done with one more C4. This one was in a spot so narrow, I had to crawl in to get at it.
Raiden reporting. The C4 in Strut B has been disposed of. The wall containing the transformer panel was set to blow.
You're taking too much time. You should work a little faster.
There's no time, Raiden. I've got my hands full here, so it doesn't look like I can help you.
Oh, damn it.
It's in your hands.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
I was hoping to do something different there. But he can't see as far on Extreme. On European Extreme, he'll see you there when you point your gun at him. Okay, the doors are open now, as you can see. Like the start of the game.
Freeze!
Oh, can we do something fancy here? I think we might be able to. Yeah, we got him facing towards the fence, and now he's slowly putting his hands down, but it's too late.
The enemy is attacking. Stay.
There are still bombs in that area that haven't been disposed of. Search carefully. No one's going to leave a bomb in a place that easy to reach. It would be more worthwhile to search convoluted areas that can't be reached simply by walking.
Not a chance.
Looks like the enemy sentries have the defensive prep.
Not a chance.
Porporo, what's up? Actually fucked up what I wanted to do there. Take him out. Raiden.
This is Raiden. The C4 found in Strut A has been frozen and disposed of. Explosives were planted in the pump room on the first floor.
This is all wrong. This is something only an amateur would do.
What do you mean?
All the bombs that have been found so far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either.
Even Fat Man can make mistakes, right?
No, there's something else going on here. Get a move on with the disposal, Raiden. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Do you think it's a trap?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell Pliskin to watch his back too. Just hurry.
I'm not playing on European Extreme. I'm playing on Extreme so I can show off the ration-related calls. Because we don't usually do that. There are codec calls in the game about rations and Easter eggs related to rations. But if you play in European Extreme, there are no rations. So yeah, I thought I'd do Extreme for a change. And I'm playing with the radar as well for a change. Yeah, European Extreme doesn't have any rations.
One more bomb defused. There was one I managed to find only because I took a good look in first-person view. You should try it too.
What's the difference? Rations? No, the damage you deal, the damage you take. Ammo, supplies, the sight of enemies, how far they can see. Yeah, most things. Game over on sight is still optional. You can play on European Extreme without game over on sight. Oh yeah, enemies stay asleep for way less time. In European Extreme, they wake up after like 30 seconds. I wasn't even listening there. What was the fourth wall break? Did he comment on a bomb being stuck to an enemy's back or something? Oh no, he says go into first person view. Right. Yeah, I guess it is typical for MGS characters to tell you the controls, like the literal controls in their tutorial calls. But yeah, that is kind of different. Because up until this point, I guess his advice is more to do with where to find them and everything, not so much to do with your controls.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
Stillman, tell me something about Fat Man.
Well, to start, he was born the son of a clockmaker, neglected by his parents and without friends. It seems that he spent a lot of time by himself in his father's workshop. Maybe that was the reason, I'm not sure, but apparently he has had a tremendous fascination with clock mechanics since he was a child. It was at the age of 10 that a guidebook that he found on the internet changed his life forever. That guidebook served as a basis of his eventually piecing together an atomic bomb. It was from there that he came to be known as Fat Man. And soon enough, there was no one associated with bombs that didn't know his name. In a sense, Fat Man was a hero. Although what he did was recognized only by those in the trade, I'm sure that it served to greatly stir the ego of the teenage boy at the center of it all. But he leaves his mark nowhere else. Apparently he was hated and shunned by everyone in school. So he went on to focus all his energy on explosives. He scorned the reality that surrounded him and instead chose to embrace a world that would easily grant him recognition. Well, to be sure, it never amounted to anything more than, say, occasionally bringing a gun into school. Eventually, Fat Man came to Indian Head, the exercise training facilities of the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal at which I was a lecturer. He absorbed all kinds of knowledge, as if he hungered for bombs. Close to 20% of the students at Indian Head flunked out of what is truly a hellish curriculum. Despite this environment, he achieved extraordinarily high marks that were without precedent. After leaving Indian Head, he joined up with Nest, said to be the most accomplished bomb disposal unit. It was there that he apparently got into some trouble.
What exactly?
You got me. But Fat Man was definitely not cut out for group operations from the very start. Having been ousted from Nest, he was picked up by Dead Cell, which was already becoming notorious for being a motley crew of sorts. It seems that it was through surprise attack maneuvers later conducted by Dead Cell that Fat Man completely subdued his former companions from Nest. While being the most peculiar individual among my students, he was also the most talented. Be sure not to underestimate him. Are we clear?
Kevkov, thank you for the 44 months. Cheers.
There's somebody there.
Oh hey, I already got the M9. I've conditioned myself.
Freeze!
I'm just like Raiden, I'm controlled. Ah!
Who's there?
Freeze!
No!
Who's that? What the hell happened?
What happened? Nothing happened. Everything's fine. Ah!
Situation is normal.
I knew I fucked it.
Send reinforcements.
It's fun playing with alerts for a change. Stillman, I've neutralized the bomb.
This is Raiden. I just finished disposing of the C4 in Strut F. Found explosives on B1.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
Everything's going smoothly over here. I just finished defusing another C4. For some reason, there was one planted on an enemy soldier's back.
That's the one I was thinking of. Not really a fourth wall break, but yeah, funny. Most MGS1 players will relate.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Reinforcements are on the way to Strut F.
It's kind of funny to think of Snake getting up to MGS1 shenanigans as well. We don't find any soldiers with bombs attached to their backs. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, Catsy. I know what I was thinking.
Who's there?
Ah! Sorry.
I got you. Send reinforcements.
I really didn't think I was going to get spotted there. You can't get me, though. What are you going to do? What are you going to do out there? You're not going to do anything. We're in a really rough situation here.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Reinforcements are on the way to Strut F. Intensify the level of security.
Where's this guy going? Back up there. Fuck. I'm gonna get spotted.
Who is that?
Yeah. Oh! He comes right up to the wall. Are you gonna see me? No, he's not.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Reinforcements are on the way to Strut F. Intensify the level of security.
Still gonna be extremely difficult to get out of here. I don't know where the guards are. Impossible to know. Saw his light go over there and he turns back. Just go, just go, just go. I'm dead. Fuck.
Raiden, are you all right? Answer me. Raiden!
All right, there's our first mission failed from the plant. So I guess it's worth pointing out some details here. If you remember back on the tanker chapter, you got the classic game over screen, the same as MGS1. With the same theme, you know, the iconic theme. But on the plant chapter, you get that weird sound and music, and you get this mission failed screen instead with all of these numbers and letters on the bottom. And what this is essentially is like a GW, some kind of interface as a part of GW that analyzes Raiden's stats and performance and the players, obviously. NUET4 in the middle, that's your kill count. That's the amount of kills. DMGAMMOUNT underneath that, that's the amount of damage you've taken. 120 points of damage. Alert number, ALRTNUM5. That's the amount of alerts. And I forget what a lot of the other ones are. You have camera coordinates there as well. Camera position X, camera position Y, camera position Z. I forget what vanish point is. I was ammo used. Yeah. The amount of ammo, I guess. Prudence. Prudence is the amount of saves. That's what prudence is. Remember Psycho Mantis and MGS1 as well? If you haven't saved often, he'll say that you're a prudent person. I think. Oh wait, no, he doesn't. He does say that with regards to something though, doesn't he? No, I'm pretty sure he says that when you haven't saved often. Oh, and I thought he said you are somewhat reckless. You haven't saved often. He definitely does have a line where he calls you a prudent person, though. Arm strength. That's your grip, I would imagine. Your grip gauge, yeah. One of these is also like an area code, just for the area that you're in. Vanished point is the coordinates where you died. Oh, possibly. That's cool if that's what that means. Like you disappeared. Gone from the simulation until you continue. But the fact that it says mission failed is also interesting. Like, why does it say mission failed instead of game over? Like in MGS1, it says game over. On the tanker, it says game over. On the plant, it says mission failed. But there was also another game which was released before MGS2 and after MGS1, which was called Metal Gear Solid VR Missions. And in Metal Gear Solid VR Missions, when you failed a mission, it said mission failed. And it just so happens that VR plays a big role in the story of this game. Raiden's previous training. You know, the whole theme of questioning reality and what is actually happening is big, obviously, in this game. The way reality breaks down towards the end of the game when you insert the virus into GW. And that's why you see this screen pop up towards the end of the game when it says fission mailed. It's because this is also a part of GW. This screen right here, what we're looking at. It's the same reason behind why the Colonel also acts strange. Because the Colonel is GW. You know, when the Colonel starts going crazy and he's talking nonsense all the time, that's because of the virus. And when we see fission mailed, that's also because of the virus. So yeah, this is really just to make you, again, question what's going on. Is this all a VR mission? Ah! Oh! Go back. So was it all a VR mission? Well, no, not in the grand scheme of things. Because MGS4 happened, so that completely, you know, MGS4 sets this in stone as having actually all happened. You know, the events of the Big Shell happened. But originally, MGS4 wasn't supposed to exist. Kojima wanted to leave the mysteries as mysteries. He really didn't want to follow up this game. The fans wanted it, Konami wanted it, so they delivered it in the end. But yeah, the mysteries were supposed to be left as mysteries originally. So it was up to you, really. And I don't think there was supposed to be any real definitive answer.
I'm under freeze.
Are you serious?
Freeze.
Don't you dare.
Communications with Strut F have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
What the hell? Oh, I shot him? I didn't think I shot him. He's passed out. Bum, bum.
The situation is normal. All clear.
Okay, hold on. Let's try something different here. Where's the other dude? He must still be asleep. I guess he didn't find him. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Okay, nicely done. What's the sleep duration on Extreme? It's way longer than European Extreme, I know that much. It's like, well, I don't know, a couple of minutes, 2 minutes maybe? Do patrols change on Extreme? I think slightly, yeah. Oh wait, no, maybe not. No, I don't think the patrols change. They just have longer vision.
This is right.
We already got that.
Everything's going smoothly over here. I just finished defusing another C4.
Ow. So what's this European Extreme difficulty? Was it just a different setting for Europe than for Asia? It was an apology, really, because the game was delayed. The release of the game was delayed by a few months in Europe. So they added an extra difficulty. Same thing happened with MGS3 as well. Both games were delayed and both games got extra difficulties. And then when they re-released the other versions, Substance and Subsistence, they added it to every version. Hey, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that apology. Got the ciphers. Love how the explosions look in this game as well.
Be careful. There are Claymore mines around there.
Who is this?
Stealth-equipped Claymore mines, invisible to the naked eye. Use the mine detector.
Identify yourself.
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr. X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about that.
Why did you contact me?
Let's just say I'm one of your fans.
Colonel, someone calling himself Mr. X just contacted me. Do you know anything about it?
No. And whoever it wasn't a burst transmission. The transmission was sent from within the big shell.
He called himself Deep Throat at first. Do you think...
I caught that part too. But the possibility of it being true is none. Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Is it an enemy trap?
Could be. Exercise extreme caution.
Okay. Let's pick up the claymores for a change as well. I usually run past them carefully. But you can use effectively against Fat Man as well.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
I'm kind of busy right now, Rose.
You're right. Sorry.
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There were all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie. I said it was probably the Chrysler Building. And then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler Building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists. I was insisting that I was right, and you were doing the same. The next thing we knew, the Japanese women had gone away, and we ended up going to the Skyscraper Museum to see who had the better recall.
We argued all the way to Battery Park.
And for nothing.
Since the museum was closed. We went our separate ways from the museum. And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence that we were actually working at the same place.
That night we went up to the top of the Empire State.
It was so beautiful. I could look down on the Chrysler Building from 120 stories above ground.
I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together.
I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
What?
Take care.
I do like the way it ends, though. What?
Freeze! Move!
Mo! Come on, quick, quick, quick. No! Oh! Oh! That had to be the last fraction of a second. Stillman.
Raiden reporting. All C4 in Strut E has been frozen and disposed of. The baggage moving on the conveyor belt was set to go off.
Raiden, the roof of that strut is accessible. Check there as well.
Bliskin, how's it going?
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up. It's safer to take out the enemy first, then look for the bomb.
But yeah, definitely one of this game's shortcomings, the melodrama between Raiden and Rose. Especially the big reveal. You know, the big call between them once you start the Arsenal Gear section when you're tied up. You know, when she reveals what happened. He reveals the truth. And when Raiden reveals the truth about himself as well, that just doesn't really work too well. One thing I have to wonder about, though, when it comes to Fortune's character, you know, because she's like so cliche and melodramatic as well. When she's wishing for death and, you know, crying out to her father after we kill Vamp for the first time. You know, she's this overblown, melodramatic character. But I think with her, it's supposed to be somewhat intentional. You know, it's not supposed to feel genuine or authentic. As Ocelot says way later when he's explaining the S3 plan, one of his lines when speaking about Fortune says, "You were hamming it up as the tragic heroine thanks to the script that the Patriots wrote for you." You know, he makes it seem so artificial, and he literally refers to her as, you know, he refers to her performance as hammy, literally, in the script. You know, you were hamming it up as the tragic heroine. And in a way, Dead Cell, I think they are supposed to be like this cheap stand-in for Foxhound, as the game says later as well. And even up until this point, you see them being, when Pliskin first speaks about them, you know, they're all lined up with their trench coats. They look like a discount Foxhound. But with Rose and Raiden, you know, I think while their relationship isn't real and it's all, you know, based on lies and it's all being fabricated, I do think it's supposed to be genuinely emotional at the same time, and it's not really, because it's just the melodrama takes over for the big important scenes between them. I do like a lot of the smaller interactions between Rose and Raiden, and while they can be cringeworthy and while Rose can be annoying, I think they still work well. You know, it feels like it's supposed to be that way. And Rose is definitely supposed to be annoying to a certain degree. Like she says in her very first call, you know, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not. Where in MGS1 you have, you know, Snake flirting with these various characters. They're, you know, appealing and charismatic. Rose is like this nightmare girlfriend. But yeah, I still think the big scenes between Raiden and Rose are supposed to be, you know, they are supposed to feel more authentic than they are. I need to listen to the Japanese version of the game again as well. Because Rose and Raiden both sound quite different in the Japanese versions. You know, Raiden isn't nearly as on edge. Not nearly as hyper. We need a Japanese marathon of the Metal Gear series. I would play those games way more often if we had English subtitles for the early games. Man, I wish we had English subtitles for these games. Be cool. I'd play them in Japanese all the time. Well, maybe not all the time, but fairly regularly. Hey dog, when was the time you began to feel comfortable playing this game on extreme difficulties? Did you want to master this game from the beginning, or was it more of a recent interest? Oh no, it was a good few years ago. This community started with DRK. DRK sort of came up with the whole concept of having a Metal Gear channel, playing them on the highest difficulties, doing story playthroughs, and all of that. And then Knight joined up with a DRK. I was always a part of the community, but you know, I was in the chat all the time. I was a mod. I was a big fan of the games. I used to spend a lot of time in DRK's channel and Knight's channel, just talking about the games, modding the channels, and I always had planned to join up with them eventually as well, because I did stream back then, but not as often because my internet was terrible. So I was just waiting until I moved out of my parents' house at the time and got good internet. And while I was waiting to move, I was playing the games and getting good at the games so I could play it at the same level as DRK and Knight. So yeah, that must have been, you know, around 2010, 2011, I guess. So there's still hope for one of us here in chat. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's a bit late for that. But yeah, like I knew DRK and Knight well. I used to stream fairly frequently, like back in 2010, but not like full-time or anything. Full-time streaming wasn't even really a thing back then anyway, but yeah. You know, because initially we just started doing it as a hobby. Just because we loved to do it. There was no money in streaming back when we started. It was only when, because we started streaming on Justin TV before it became Twitch. And then that's when it really exploded in like, what, 2012, 2013? But we were around since 2010, and, you know, streaming was not big at all back then. But we would still regularly, well, Knight and DRK more than me, but I used to stream fairly regularly until my internet went to shit in around 2010. And then I think I completely lost the ability to stream in 2011. And I think that's when I, started practicing lots of Metal Gear and started getting ready for when I would move out and join up with Knight and DRK. And we planned for that to be a thing, you know. They knew that I was going to do that, and they were up for it. Oh, really, Patrick? Nice. Hold on, one sec. And yeah, we all had our different channels back then as well. Then we decided that it would be... Because we would always... This was before hosting and raiding was even a thing as well. But we all had our separate channels. We all had the same community. We all knew each other. But it was a pain in the ass. Like, we would do marathons for each other on each other's channels. And we would link back and forth, and it was pretty much like one channel, even though it was 3 channels. And then when Twitch became a thing, we thought it would be best just to do it with one channel. How old am I? I'm 27. Pegasus, what's up? Yeah, I started off playing Silent Hill games, really, and Final Fantasy games. On emulator.
I've taken care of that annoying fly. What's the situation over there?
Puzzling. I saw a man dressed like a ninja just now.
Ninja?
It's the only way to describe it. A kind of cyborg ninja, complete with a sword.
What?
Are you hiding something from me?
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Don't be a fool. Think I wouldn't know the difference? I've never seen field gear like that ever.
All right, we'll intensify patrols. Anything else?
Actually, one more thing. You'll find it hard to believe, though. I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box.
Where?
On the connecting bridge to Shell 2. So you believe me this time?
I've seen someone use that box trick before. We'll lay a trap on the Shell 2 connecting bridge.
Over and out then.
Freeze! You must be one of Dead Cell.
Course not. What a thing to say.
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
Another clear contrast between Snake and Raiden. Not a chance.
I saw a female soldier. Russian.
Must be Olga Gerlukovich.
How do you know?
Unlike you, I've been briefed.
She's not a Dead Cell?
No. She commands a Russian private army.
They must be the ones patrolling the big shell.
That's right. She's led the group ever since her old man, Colonel Gerlukovich, died. Watch yourself with her. She's a tough one.
The way she flips over there as well, another hint that she's the ninja. Because after the Fat Man fight, she flips back up into the exact same spot. Okay, what's the plan here? I love how they play the box there completely seriously as well. You never see the cardboard box being brought up in like a mandatory cutscene. I've seen someone use that box trick before. I think it might be the only time in the series where they bring it up in like a mandatory cutscene. I guess in MGS5 there's a mandatory scene, but that's a tutorial. Kinda different.
Raiden here. The C4 reported on the roof of Strut E has been taken care of. Explosives were planted on the Harrier 2 stationed on the roof.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
This is Pliskin. Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
Raiden, you need to hear this too.
I'm listening.
I checked out the bottom of Strut H for you, Pete.
Wait, what's this about?
I asked Pliskin to look around. Knowing Fat Man, I can't shake the feeling that all the bombs so far were just wrong.
So did you find anything?
Yeah, a hell of a lot of C4s packed into the bottom of the strut. Pete called it right.
I knew he had the real thing up his sleeve.
So all the other ones were dummies?
No, they're a threat, all right. But the detonation wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire shell. But the C4s Pliskin found would inflict serious structural damage.
That's not the bad news either. These are sensor-proof.
What?
New model, I guess. The ionization sensor can't detect them. The whole thing is sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature. Pete, looks like he fooled you.
Yes.
But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Any ideas, Pete?
Are there more out there?
I'll go see for myself.
You can't move fast enough.
He's right. I can try the spray from a distance.
Hold on. There's something not right about this one. I can feel it.
Well, Pete, should I come back and get you?
All of that music.
There's no need. Raiden, you have one left to go, correct?
Right, except for those scentless ones.
How about you, Pliskin?
I have 2 left, not counting this one.
Okay. It'll have to be me. I have the level 4 card that'll get me into Shell 2 in any case.
You'll never make it. With that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
That won't happen. I can walk just fine. I can even run.
What do you mean?
That bomb, 5 years ago. I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. And the church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby, too. These past 5 years, I've lived a lie.
Lied?
Yes, lied. I didn't lose my leg in the explosion. So many dead. All because of my mistake. All I could think about was hiding from the crime, shielding myself from the public outcry. I wanted people to be sorry for me, for my weakness. I faked being a victim myself because I couldn't bear to face the families of the real victims. This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing on catwalks and hike over deserts. I lived my life so well, I haven't even answered to myself for my sins. It was supposed to be a shield, and it's become a shroud instead. I've killed my soul by playing the victim. Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know. I'm a coward.
Hey, Pete.
God forgive me. I can walk with my own 2 feet, and I need them to stop Fat Man. His crimes are also mine. One of omission and arrogance. No one should teach the skills I taught him without a clear conscience. This is the only way I can diffuse my own sins.
I get you, Pete. That one's all yours. You got it, Raiden?
I understand.
Pete, I've taken care of guards in struts G and H of Shell 2. I wouldn't recommend you go into any of the other struts.
I owe you one.
I'll get back to freezing the baby bombs then.
You do that too, Raiden.
I'm on it.
I'll have the radio with me if you need to get in touch. Just don't ask for Peg Leg Peter. He's gone for good.
Sniper, thank you for the 10 months. Cheers. Go. Go. Oh, hey, actually, don't go. Go back. Colonel, tell me about this Harrier.
Right. That's a Harrier 2 you see over there.
That's what shot down the SEAL chopper?
That's right. Unfortunately, the weapons you have at the moment aren't up to the task of neutralizing this plane. Leave it alone for now.
Anything else? I think that's all we can get.
Right. Leave the odorless C4 on.
There was a guy who used to stream on Twitch that pretended to be a cripple. I forget what his name was. Began with a Z. And in the middle of a stream, he forgot. He said, "Okay, guys, I'll be right back." And he meant to turn off his camera, but he didn't turn off his camera, and he just stood up out of the fucking wheelchair or whatever he was sitting in, walked away into the fucking chat. It was like, Jesus Christ, what's going on? Remember that guy? Zillion something? Good God, just stands up. Just so casual. You know? He's been doing it every single day since his first stream. Oh, that's bad, man. Jesus. I kind of wish we got to see Stillman again, like in person. I think I would have preferred if we had that confession scene in person. I think it would have worked better. I feel like it almost happens too soon or something. You know, I want to see the body language from Stillman. I want Snake to be there. I feel like it would be more impactful if we were face to face with him.
Raiden, like I said before, there's a huge load of C4s at the bottom of Strut H that won't show up on the radar. The old man's right. There's got to be the same thing in Shell 1. Watch your back.
Worse than DSP jerking off on stream? Man, I kind of feel bad for DSP there. I feel like that could happen to anyone. I feel like that could easily happen. I'm surprised that hasn't happened to more people, actually. I wonder if it has. You know, because it's easy to keep your OBS on. You know, you're tired after the stream. Fucking open up Pornhub. Get rid of the tension. That has to have happened to a few other people, surely. Is this why you don't have a webcam? Maybe. Let's see. Pliskin.
I just got a call from Pete. He made it to Shell 2. I guess he really can run.
Pliskin.
I'll take good care of Pete. Don't worry. Raiden, don't ever turn your back on that Olga woman. Olga Gerlukovich, daughter of Colonel Sergei Gerlukovich, ex-GRU and former Spetsnaz commander. She's the leader of Colonel Gerlukovich's private army that's been wandering around the Big Shell. Those men were gathered by Colonel Gerlukovich. Following his death, she inherited his command and now exercises full control. Her father's name was widely respected throughout the old Soviet regime, and he was the goal of just about every military man.
Why would a respected soldier become a leader of those cutthroats?
The collapse of the Republic resulted in a lot of unemployed soldiers. Most found themselves suddenly cast out into the civilian world, hopelessly lost. The colonel took these men in. He organized a mercenary army and led his men from battle to battle in various disputed regions around the world, hoping that one day he would rebuild his homeland. Rumor has it that during the Shadow Moses incident, he planned a rendezvous with Liquid Snake's men and assist in their uprising. I assume that the revolt figured into his reconstruction plans for the Soviet regime. I also heard that Ocelot, Liquid's right-hand man, was an old friend of the Colonel's back in the old days of the Soviet Union. In any case, Olga inherited her father's military genius and has become a force to be reckoned with. She was born and raised on the battlefield, and she's as tough as she looks. Not my ideal choice for a date.
You sound like you've met her.
No, I haven't had the pleasure. Just remember what I said. Don't turn your back on her.
Well played, Snake. That was a good lie. Parallels to Big Boss there are interesting between Gerlukovich and Big Boss. Okay, Strut D, I think we're good. I'm not sure how this is going to work. I'm going to try the super fast Strut D method, but it might not be possible on Extreme. Take out the first one. Yeah, it's not. I can't lure him down here. We might still be able to do something here. Oh! You avoided him at least.
Nothing here.
Get down here right before he turns around. Nice. Okay, we can still do the first part. Second later and I would have been spotted. What about the other dude? Wait. Oh yeah, he's not there. Because I didn't lure him down. This is weird.
I have the last C4 frozen. There's nothing showing up on the sensor now.
Good work, Raiden.
You're way ahead of me, kid. I still have one to go.
How's your bomb, Peter?
It's a bomb, all right. Sealed C4, and in huge quantities.
You think there's another one in Shell 1?
For sure. Somewhere at the bottom of Strut A.
Why are you so certain?
If this bottom section of the strut is demolished, Shell 2 will be well on its way to destruction.
You mean that Shell 2 will actually sink?
Not immediately. There'll still be 5 struts left. But if Shell 1 loses a strut at the same time, it'll be a very different story. The big shell's structural integrity depends on a very exact balance. If both shells lose a strut each, the whole structure will tear itself apart under its own weight.
What do we do?
I have a sensor that can locate even those scentless C4s. It makes combined use of a neutron scintillator and a hydrogen bomb detector.
You brought that stuff with you?
Of course. I made the calibrations while I was in the pantry.
Does it work?
I just tested it, and it definitely responds. But the best I can do is a sound beacon, not the radar.
Sound?
The shorter the interval between beacons, the closer the target.
I get you.
There's another one in that pantry I was in. You can go back and get it.
It's all yours, Raiden.
I'm going to study it some more and see if the freezing process will work. Don't touch the other one until I say so.
Okay. I'll stand by until you radio in.
I think Strut D is the worst, really. I really like Strut D. I like the level design. Can be a serious pain in the ass, though, for sure. Yeah.
Who is that?
I knew I was going to get caught there. Go. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm alive. Oh, God. Fuck, I didn't think they'd follow me out from the other side.
Right, what's wrong?
Alright.
Raiden!
Told you Strut D sucks? Oh, that proves it, does it? Okay. I got caught in Strut D. Must be terrible. Trying to think if there's anything else I want to do. Let's call Rose. I meant to save more frequently with Rose, actually.
Jack, do you need to save? I can't believe it. Stillman's prosthetic leg was all a big lie.
Don't be too hard on him, Rose.
But he's got no right to go around pretending he's got a prosthetic leg. That's an insult to people who really can't walk.
Everyone's got their own reasons. Sometimes you've got no choice but to lie.
You're right. I guess it is necessary sometimes.
Rose?
It's nothing. Well, see ya.
I think you can get that in a regular call as well. I don't think you have to save to get that. Let's see if we get lucky and this guy gives us a ration.
Freeze!
Help! Help! Help!
I love the shake. All right. Didn't mean to do that. Pass the sauce. Thank you for the 7 months. Are we to shake that guy like 6 or 7 times before he drops something on the tanker? Yes! There we go.
Jack, is that you?
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
Rose, no comment?
About?
I've killed someone.
Jack, it's a battlefield.
Oh, nice.
My opponents are living, breathing human beings. This isn't like the VR training. They have bodies. They have had lives. I took all that away from them.
But you've got no choice if you want to survive.
And yet, maybe because of the VR training, I can't help but try and block out that reality. It's the only way I can manage to fight.
Jack.
What?
I don't care what it takes, just as long as you come back alive. Do whatever it takes, please. Just come back in one piece.
Okay.
I forgot about that.
What can I do for you, Jack?
I need to remember that for future playthroughs. If you kill someone and then call her, there's a call for that as well. I forgot completely about that.
Jack, when you get home, let's have a homecoming party. Just the 2 of us.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll make dinner. Oh, what's wrong?
Well, that sounds good, but how about we eat out at that one restaurant instead? You know, the place that we went to recently with the amazing lobster. I really like that place.
Well, yeah, I guess that's okay too.
Whew.
Huh?
Nothing. I just love lobster. Yeah, can't wait. Woohoo!
Well, then I'll make a reservation. Promise me you'll come back safely.
Don't worry.
Wait, actually, I think we have to call the Colonel to get the ration-related one. Been so long.
Raiden, go pick up the news. Move in close.
Or maybe not.
Move in behind. Raiden.
Ah, really?
Jack, is that you?
How cute.
Yeah, there's a funny call with Rose in MGS4 about rations as well, where the Colonel butts in.
See ya.
Really? Maybe I'm misremembering? I was sure there was a call about the ration.
Raiden.
Maybe we can't get it until later.
Once you see...
Alright, we'll try it later. Let's call Pliskin, see if he has anything to say about the ration then.
Raiden, go. You've got rations. Rations are military food provisions capable of life recovery. Select a ration in the menu display and press the confirmation button for life recovery. If you equip yourself with rations, you can automatically recover life the moment it hits 0. Field rations are not just emergency food. For a soldier, it's a vital factor in maintaining combat efficiency. Rations are the result of concentrated research and development efforts on the part of the U.S. military's cooking laboratory. Together with calories, meticulous attention is focused on balanced nutrition. Freeze-dried, the rations are easy to carry and keep well. It ain't home cooking, but it'll satisfy your nutritional needs. What's on your mind?
Well, just between you and me.
Sure. What is it?
I prefer rations over Rose's home cooking.
That bad, huh?
Maybe that was the one I was thinking of. Maybe that's it. Renaissance Jack, thank you for the 2 months.
If you shoot those pipes along the...
Alright. I want to try Rose one more time.
Jack, do you need to save?
How cute.
I want to hold you in my arms.
Talk to you soon, Jack.
He's done for now.
Peter, I have sensor B.
Good. Head to the bottom of strut A.
How's your invisible bomb?
I'm looking at it, but I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes. I just got to the last strut, but there are a few enemy sentries I have to take care of.
Does it look bad, Peter?
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
What?
But the sensors are live, which means...
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin! Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Writing, the one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
What's the remaining time?
200 seconds.
200 seconds?
Writing, move! Get to the bottom of strut A now!
Go. How do you hear Raiden's thoughts? You press R1 or R2. Ha! Go. Yeah, R1 for positive, R2 for negative.
Freeze!
I didn't mean to crawl there.
Raiden, Pliskin, listen carefully.
What is it?
I fell for it.
Fell for what?
Fat man has my number. A proximity trigger. Microwave.
Microwave?
With a 7-foot range. It's not a technique I taught him. Neither was that multi-bomb booby trap. Looks like he's far surpassed me as far as explosives technique goes. As for the rest...
Pete, get the hell out of there.
There's less than 30 seconds left. It's too late.
No!
Pliskin, get away from strut H as fast as you can.
Pete!
Raiden! Keep your distance. Use the spray from as far away as possible.
Me?
You can do it. I know that.
I'm not so sure.
But I am. Do it. I know you can.
Definitely not.
I was hoping he was going to say whatever there. You can just shout whatever. Whatever! Part of me wanted to give him a dignified death there, but I couldn't resist. I wanted to hear the big whatever.
Colonel, Stillman is dead.
I know. Pull yourself together, Raiden.
I can't. I can't do this alone.
Jack, are you listening? All right, calm down.
Stillman is dead. There are no more explosive specialists.
You're fine. I won't let you die.
Rose.
All right then. Is Sensor B equipped?
Yes.
See if it responds or not. Jack, no matter what, you have to bring an end to this crisis.
Okay. Colonel, I've neutralized the bomb.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it was.
Colonel, any damage report on the explosion?
Seems that the duct for diverting the contaminated seawater was destroyed, and the central section of Shell 2 is flooding. The explosions ignited the oil slick on the surface.
What about the toxins?
The chemicals stayed in containment. There's no immediate danger.
Is the big shell stable?
Shell 1 was unaffected. The price was high, but the threat of the bomb is over for now.
What's the next objective?
Rescue the President. Get back to the upper level.
Roger that.
All right. You think so, ABD Zaro? I completely disagree.
Raiden, the terrorists have retaliated for our bomb neutralization.
What?
A hostage has been killed, shot in the head. They shot one of them on the roof, just to make sure we caught it. One of our satellites caught it clear as day.
Damn.
They announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
What are my orders? What should I do?
Stay with your mission objective. Rescue the President.
What about the other hostages?
President Johnson is your first priority.
Priority my butt. They're all in danger.
Jack, be reasonable. I know what you're feeling, but you can't save them all.
No, not by myself.
Are you expecting that Pliskin to come through?
Well,
looks like he's turned his radio off too.
I can't complete this mission by myself.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Your mission must remain a solo effort.
What about the SEALs? No second attempt?
They haven't even gotten to planning that. All we can do is wait. In the meantime, you're our only hope.
I understand.
Raiden, go and rescue the President. You can start off by getting to the upper level of Strut A.
Phantom Cigar, hello. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, the non-existent hostages. Just more bullshit. Put more pressure on Raiden to stress him out even further. To see if he can handle the stress. Because when we get to Ames later on and Raiden asks him about the hostages, like, what? I didn't hear anything about that.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this moment would come. Show yourself and finish me. Like you finished off my father. Otherwise, you'll be the one to die.
Oh, crap.
That's not him. This could be interesting. You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you? Maybe you can give me death. My name is Fortune, lucky in war and nothing else. And without a death to call my own. Hurry, kill me, please.
All right. Yeah, someone was asking there, how would Ames know he had a blindfold on? Well, he did say he didn't hear anything about it. But yeah, I guess you could poke a hole in that idea. Maybe Ames just didn't know about the hostages. But either way, I think they bring that plot point up to make you question if they did even get killed at all. And I think it would line up with all of the other bullshit that gets spouted at you from the Colonel. You know? Almost everything he says is a lie. So I really don't think there any hostages were killed. Maybe they were, but I really think that's why Ames says that. Okay. I think all the hostages are theoretically together, and that Ames, well, they're all in that room, right? With Ames. So I guess what he's getting is that, you know, he didn't hear any commotion. He didn't hear anyone get brought out. But yeah, even though you could say maybe maybe they brought the hostage out quietly, because that could have happened. You know? Ames may not have known about it. But just from a storytelling perspective, why would they include that line of Ames saying that, you know? Why would they bring that into question? For what purpose? Why would they make you question the hostages being killed?
Fortune's railgun packs some power. A direct hit will kill you. Do not present her with a target under any condition. Stay behind cover. Right. Rose did a bit of research on Fortune's weapon.
The big rifle that she carries appears to be a personal railgun.
Railgun?
Yes, an electromagnetic gun that fires bullets with magnetic force. As a movable conductor, it uses plasma electrons to boost acceleration capabilities. The kinetic energy of the ammunition is approximately 10 megajoules. Incidentally, that of a 140mm smooth bore gun ammunition is 20 megajoules.
I can't believe something like that even exists.
It's not available, though. What she has is only a prototype.
That thing sure doesn't sound like a prototype.
Problems with the rail plasma and inter-rail electromagnetic release have yet to be solved. Evaluations exist that criticize it as unacceptable as a field weapon because of the high risk of accidental discharge.
But hers doesn't?
Most likely, probably because she's lucky.
Unbelievable.
Either way, it's a weapon that she alone can wield, that's for sure.
Yeah, and a weapon that's uncontrollable, too.
Be very careful, Jack.
Unreal.
Raiden, come in. Raiden! Raiden!
Let's try that again. And let's use this ration. I love how they tease you with the health bar here as well. Like the first boss, you have to wait so long to fight a boss as Raiden. And the first boss you fight is unkillable. Has the tiniest health bar you've ever seen. He will die in one shot. But you can't hit her. I'd imagine this was designed to be somewhat emasculating after the whole failure of everything that's just happened with the bombs and Stillman.
Fat Man just contacted us directly.
Fat Man called us?
Yes. Looks like he placed a bomb on the heliport. He specifically asked for you, Raiden.
What?
He's killed off Peter. Now he's after you.
Why me?
How should I know?
Look, this is really not a good time for this.
The countdown's already begun, Raiden.
Great. How much time do I have left?
I'll show you the count. 200 seconds remaining.
So he's planning on taking this place out.
It looks like he has a different agenda from that of Dead Cell.
What about backup?
None. There's no time.
Which type of explosives is it?
He didn't say.
I'll take over, Queen.
What is it?
It seems our friend Fat Man is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes, this could unravel everything we've planned.
But why would he do such a thing?
Who knows? But he's nothing more than a stereotypical mad bomber now. He's completely lost sight of our ideals. And with it, his loyalty to Commander Jackson.
All right. I'll take care of the wayward soul. It wasn't him.
Unfortunate.
I expected more of this one, really.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Then he's all mine.
Later, then.
Now! Damn!
Vamp. Are you gone? No. No, that death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that can't die? Alone again? Cheated out of death again? How long will you force me to live? How much longer, Dad? You've punished me enough. I thought you could give me peace. But you couldn't kill me either.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen. I died once already.
Damn.
I can't die twice.
As soon as the teardrop falls on his face. Is the count for Fat Man's final bomb the same as his second to last bomb on every mode? Oh, I think it might be said something offensive. And yeah, this is weird, isn't it? Didn't the Colonel say that before the cutscene? It's kind of weird that call happened before that scene. You'd think it would make more sense for it to happen after the scene, once we come up here that the Colonel calls. But yeah, maybe something happened in development, who knows? They had to put it down there or something, I don't know. Or maybe they just wanted to be weird and meta with regards to how time freezes when you pause the game in your codec. Or during cutscenes, who the fuck knows? The way it waits for the elevator to come up, even when it's in gameplay, essentially, you know, waits for the elevator to come up, and then once it comes down, or you know, once the barrier drops, it starts counting down.
Freeze! Huh?
You're supposed to skip the cutscene, so you have 200 seconds. Oh man, I'm tired. You'll have to excuse me. Getting harder to speak properly. Think properly. Shoot the wall to distract this fool. Spray this fool in the face. Flip him over. I feel like that's something you don't even see nowadays in games, where a character's footsteps line up like that. You know, where their feet touch each step properly. Kind of rare that you see that with stairs animations.
So you're the one. You're right on time, I see. I like a punctual man. Is he Dead Cell? I am Fat Man. I am the greatest that humanity has to offer. And can you hear it? Hear this rhythm? It's the rhythm of time. And life. Don't you love this sound? I used to hang around department store clock counters. Life is short. Bombs tell the time with every moment of their existence, and nothing else announces its own end with such a fanfare. Glad you could make it. The party's about to start. Yum. Good year. Let's drink to Stillman, shall we?
If you destroy the big shell, you'll never collect your ransom.
Ransom? What are you talking about?
$30 billion in cash.
So that's what's going on, huh?
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, you'll know soon enough. And I could care less what they plan to do. My ambitions are much more simple. To be the most famous bomber of them all.
You're nuts! No one's gonna give a damn about you.
Oh, yes, they will. I'll go down in history as the man who beat Peter Stillman. That's the only reason I assisted them.
Like hell you beat Stillman. He had your number.
What did you say?
You have nothing of his courage. Or... What are you laughing at?
That croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago.
6 months ago. The liquidation of Dead Cell.
Call it what you want. Only the right stuff survived that hell. It set me free, you know. Opened the way to a new dimension. So that I could become the Emperor among detonation devotees.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
How dare you! I'm an artist! That is why I dislike boorish military types. It's time to start the party. This is how it works. I plant a bomb, and it'll explode soon after that. If you prefer to stay in one piece, you'll have to disable my bombs. Laugh and grow fat. Let's move!
Mandry, thank you for the 34 months. Let's move! Alright, I think I might give him a head start. I love Fat Man.
Run, little foxhound not up for the task.
Huh. Well, we have the radar as well, which will make it a good bit easier. I like how it goes against what you might think this fight might be as well. You know? You have this image of this fat guy. He's probably slow, at least. But no, he's way faster than you. He uses rollerblades and drinks wine from a straw. Sort of unreal as well. Like with that giant bomb blast suit, how is this physically possible? Like it's not possible to ride around on rollerblades like that with that amount of weight. But yeah, I think all the Dead Cell members are supposed to be defying reality in a sense. I guess it's just less obvious with Fat Man than with Vamp and Fortune, which are so, like, overtly unreal. But I think you could say the same about Fat Man here as well. Those bomb blast suits weigh a fucking ton, man.
Get out of my way!
Oh no.
It's time to get back. Here's one for you.
What? Oh, it's there.
Hey, where'd you go?
I couldn't see it. Ah! Where is it?
Here's one for you. Here's one for you. 10 seconds left.
Oh! Oh!
That was close.
Fuck, wanted to take out his skates. Double headshot. Nice. You can take out his skates, yeah.
My suit. Oh no. I've nothing to wear to the party.
The party's over for you.
That's what you think.
What do you mean? What did you just do? What is this?
I have beautiful hands. These delicate hands can craft works of art.
Answer me, what the hell is this?
It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire place.
Huh?
No use. Once it's activated, there's no stopping the count.
Where did you plant it? Where is it?
Somewhere in this area. Don't worry, it's very close by.
Where is it?
Go ahead, shoot me. I'm already dead.
Damn!
Think you can find it? When it goes off, it'll take the big show with it.
Tell me where I can find the bomb!
That's your problem. This is the highlight of the party. Bring it on, I say. They'll be happy too. I die here and start my legend. Too bad you won't be around to see the movies. Laugh and grow fat.
It just reminded me of the scene with Snake at the end of the game with Arsenal gear. And Raiden's like, what am I? What am I supposed to do? That's your problem, Snake says to him. But he doesn't respond to that line exactly. He's like, believe in what? That's your problem. Probably not an intentional parallel there, but reminded me of it. They both say the same thing to Raiden when he's, you know, begging for answers. No, it's the same sky barrier.
Colonel, where's that bomb?
We have no information on that. Sweep the area.
Hurry, Jack.
The bomb has to be somewhere on the heliport. Use whatever means necessary to locate it.
They referring to the Patriots, yeah.
Raiden, have you located the bomb yet?
No, not yet.
Hurry, Jack. We don't have a lot of time left.
He wouldn't have had the time to find a good hiding place. It must be somewhere near him. Take a closer look. Raiden, the bomb?
Nothing yet.
Where is that damn thing? We're running out of time.
Have you checked under Fat Man's body?
What? Of course not. It can't be there.
You don't know that.
Okay, what evidence do you have that it's there?
Just a hunch, all right?
Look, Rose, I know what I'm doing, and this is my life on the line. You don't have any experience in this type of work, so just...
Raiden, don't turn down a good suggestion when you hear one. Check it out. Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized. One of their main leverages is now gone. That leaves...
Colonel, Fat Man didn't seem to know about the ransom demands.
Intentionally kept in the dark, I'd say. He seemed to be coming from a very different place from the other terrorists. Raiden, a lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger. Keep your mind focused on protecting them.
What are my orders?
Rescue the president.
We have no idea where he is.
You haven't been in the Central Core yet. I suggest you start there.
Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
How you doing, kid?
Pliskin, is everything all right?
Could be better. Looks like I was out cold for a while.
How did you manage to stay alive?
Had a little help from a friend.
Friend?
What about the bomb?
Diffused. And Fat Man, too.
That's good news.
How's Shell 2?
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
The what?
If the big shell blows up, the explosion is expected to produce massive amounts of toxins.
Never heard anything about that.
Huh?
Well, looks like there's not much danger of that in any case. But the Central Core is starting to flood. It won't last much longer.
Well, what about the President and the other hostages?
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
We need to get the hostages out of here now.
It's too far from Manhattan for a swim.
What about the lifeboats?
There doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't make sense.
So a chopper is our only extraction?
Right. And it comes with a passenger limit. Intel has it that there are about 30 hostages.
It'd take more than a single trip.
We'll have to come back.
Can you pilot a chopper?
No, but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
Pliskin, I'm on the heliport right now, but I don't see their Harrier. It's out somewhere.
We better move now, then. Our chances with a Harrier after us are close to nothing.
Do you know where the President is?
No, that one's all yours.
The President is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant JG.
Your orders, not mine.
What?
See you later.
What? Sipster, thank you for the resub.
Jack, is that you? Jack.
What?
You know what I'm talking about.
All right, all right. The bomb was where you guessed it would be. You were right. You saved my butt.
As long as you realize that.
I was pretty surprised, though. I never expected to find it where I did.
You must think I'm pretty clueless, huh?
Of course not. And I have a pretty healthy respect for the woman's intuition thing now.
That is such a sexist thing to say, you know that?
Come on, don't be mad. I apologized already.
Don't sweat it. I'm just messing with you.
Right.
I want you to recognize that I can help you through this thing, and that I care about you.
Rose?
Hang in there, okay?
Says that so many times throughout the game. No, I'm not being serious. I'm just joking. You weren't, Rose. You clearly weren't. That's one of the most well-hidden calls in the game. Because to trigger that, you have to trigger the previous call. Where she tells you the bomb is underneath Fat Man's body. And to get that call, you have to wait until the timer is at 10 seconds. And then you call the Colonel. But you had to have done the 2 previous calls before then, during the same segment. So you have to call the Colonel 3 times during that part, where the timer is ticking down. And the final call has to be at 10 seconds, and then you have to save after the scene to get that other optional call with Rose. Really weird as well if you trank Fat Man. Still looks like he's alive, even though he's supposed to be dead. But clearly intentional. You know, if you health bar kill him, he'll just be lying there dead. If you trank him, he will be tranked during gameplay, even though he's dead in the story. Really weird. Like they could still give you the trank kill in your stats at the end of the game and just have him be there, lying dead. But yeah, pretty weird that they went for this instead. Wake him up? Yeah, you can't wake him up. You can look at his nails as well. Remember what Snake was saying? About his manicures? He wasn't lying. Can you kill him now? I think you can. Yeah. Not moving anymore. Yeah, really weird. You passed with flying colors.
You passed with flying colors.
Identify yourself.
I'm like you. I have no name.
Are you Mr. X?
If you like. But come, let's get out of the open. Follow me.
Are you with Foxhound too?
Neither enemy nor friend. Just a messenger from the Lali Lubelo. This is safer, I think.
Safe from what?
Eavesdropping, of course.
All right. Why did you contact me?
I've been ordered to give you backup, including the relaying of necessary intel.
Ordered by whom? Why won't you identify yourself?
There is no need for you to know.
I'll decide whether I need to know.
You are not yet trusted to make such decisions. I'll tell you something you do need to know instead. The current location of the president.
What?
Or rather, the person who knows the being held with other hostages.
Secret Service, huh?
The head of the president's security detail, Ames, has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the president. If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
Why are you telling me this?
Do I need to repeat myself?
There's no reason for me to believe any of this. You understand that?
Of course, but you also have no choice but to believe. Do you have any other leads?
Where are those hostages?
The hostages are being held in the B1 conference hall in the Shell 1 core. You'll find Ames there.
What does he look like?
We don't know if it is indeed a he. I've never met this person either.
How am I supposed to look for someone without even a description?
Use your ears.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ames has a pacemaker. You'll be able to hear the machine sound in the heartbeat.
You expect me to walk up to these hostages and listen to every one of their heartbeats?
The sound is too minute to detect unamplified. You'd be captured immediately.
So what am I supposed to do?
Use the directional microphone. There's one somewhere in the core. Take this. This security card will unlock all level 2 security doors, including the one into the core. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electronic field. And watch yourself. The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that. Try this instead.
One of the terrorists?
The surveillance camera won't let you on the elevator without the right uniform.
You want me to disguise myself?
Men assigned to the core and those on perimeter duty are given different colors to wear. Your new outfit will work in some areas, not others. The uniform alone won't fool them either.
You're talking about weapons.
Right, you need an AK.
But I saw them carrying an AN-94.
All men assigned to the core section carry AKs.
So without an AK-74U, someone will see through me really quick.
You could take care of the weapon issue yourself. One other thing.
There's more?
You'll also have to pass a retinal scan to get into the conference hall.
Biometrics. Crap.
Nothing but the real thing will suffice. Deception is not an option here. I suggest you hurry. They have the nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code. You saw it too, I believe. The Navy man with half a handcuff. The other half of it is on the football, or the black case if you like. The nuclear button. And now they have it.
Why did they have to bring the football along? To a decontamination plant of all places.
But they did have to. Because, after all, the big shell is the farthest thing from a cleanup plant there is.
What?
Dead Cell didn't have to bring a nuke along with them. It was right here to begin with. Nothing in this affair is what it seems.
A cover-up? But why? For what?
For Metal Gear that is housed here.
Metal Gear?
The very same. Bipedal nuke-capable vehicle of Shadow Moses Infamy. This place is the R&D center for its newest incarnation.
What the hell is going on?
Better ask Ames the rest.
What's this for?
You might be glad you have it. Keep the controller's vibration function on.
What do I need a cell phone for? Colonel, who was that man just now?
He's not one of ours. No, we have no one like that in our unit.
He said that the big shell was housing a new model of Metal Gear.
First I've heard of it.
Colonel, what are you not telling me?
I've been completely open with you, Raiden. I've told you everything.
Is that everything you know? Or everything I need to know?
Snap out of it, Raiden. I'll have the Metal Gear rumor looked into. You need to make contact with this Ames.
So you believe that ninja?
Since we have no leads on the President's current location, we have no other alternatives. Right now, collect as much data as you can, including anything on Metal Gear.
Are those my orders?
Yes, they are. Disguise yourself as an enemy soldier and infiltrate the Shell 1 core.
Understood.
So you believe that, Ninja?